Good morning and welcome to Education Policy and Administration. I call on Representative Woodcock to lead us in the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent job, Representative Woodcock. I open the hearing on House Bill 1529, repealing the Reading Recovery Training Program, and I call on Representative Noble to introduce her bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Kristen Noble, and I represent Hillsborough District 2, the town of Bedford. This reading recovery training program was brought to my attention by a few people last year. They were concerned that teachers were being trained using an ineffective method. So I spoke with the department about it, and they told me that this has not been used in years. So it was okay to repeal it. And that's it. Easy peasy.
All right. Are you willing to take questions?
Sure.
Any questions? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good to see you again.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what DOE is using now in place of this?
I think that they've been training in the letters program.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I know.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Gianna Gelsey? Support. Oh, go ahead. Oh, turn on your, thank you.
Hello, thank you for having me today. My name is John Jelsey. I'm a resident of Manbury, New Hampshire. I'm also on the Oyster River Cooperative School Board. I'm representing myself today. So far, Representative Noble actually did exactly what I had concerns about, is how much analysis there actually is on this bill. And it sounds like not much. So my concern about this one is what kind of consideration and research was actually done about simply repealing this. There's multiple ways of teaching literacy amongst children. And my question would be, why wasn't this put towards the Department of Education for an advisory regarding this kind of bill? The type of education that it's giving in contrast to other programs. Usually when you have a literacy program, it's combined with others. So this one has the reading recovery, but there's also science of reading and things like that. If there's funding is pulled from this, is it going somewhere else? Usually teachers use a combination inside the classroom. This one is blanket removing the training of things. And without this kind of consideration and careful investigation into this, I oppose this bill at this time because I think it needs more research and professional educator input on the impacts of this and how it's used in the classroom or how it's not used in the classroom.
Thank you. Are you willing to take questions?
As best as I'm able.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here for your testimony and to take my question. We had heard that, I guess, from the DOE that this program was effectively not being used. Can you say in your role in the school board, is there any use of this program in your school district?
I think there's aspects of this that are used because one of the things that happens inside a classroom is that different students have different abilities and they have different ways of looking at things. I know there's quite a bit of research that's showing that this kind of literacy program doesn't work in the longer term for some students, where there might be, if somebody was overemphasizing this program, you could have a de-emphasis on what you call phonics or decoding, which means if this kind of program is mostly looking at the context of the question to decipher words. And that works particularly well for some readers, like if you have somebody who's dyslexic, this kind of thing might really start getting you over the hump and being able to get into it, but you don't necessarily want to keep using it. But it absolutely can be used inside a classroom to get people to move forward, but it needs to be done in context of other things and the developmental level of the child. So individual districts probably use this in different ways and in different rates and differently for the particular student.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to nail down a little bit because I think we're talking about two different things. So you're referring to methods of teaching reading, but I was referring specifically to the program. And this program requires a 1-year training at the university level by the teacher and a 2-year promise from that teacher to utilize that training in teaching their students. So that's something that you would have to purposely send teachers off to do. So do you know if you're actually sending teachers to participate in this from your district?
I'm uncertain on that one. That's something I'd have to ask my superintendent. But I have read some of the papers on this, and I do know that some districts use it, and it's all at different rates. But I do know the program is utilized, which is what I was saying, until there's more information about this and the rate of utilization, which I think this committee should know that rate of utilization before blanket stopping it.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question is also just a little bit more on that. My understanding is this is for first grade students targeted to that age demographic. So with responses to intervention or of all kinds, do you know how many RTI programs are in your district currently?
I currently do not. That's not something that school board folks are policy. That would be an administrative question. I'm sure that some administrators would have been happy to be here, but not during vacation week.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Call it Nate Dwyer.
Hi, I'm Nate Dwyer.
Oh, can you turn, your voice is loud, but can you turn on your microphone, please? Thank you.
Oh, hi. I'm Nate Dwyer. I'm from Manchester, New Hampshire, I believe Ward 11, and I actually asked Representative Noble to introduce this bill when I heard about it. Reading recovery, there's actually been extensive study on this, including very large data sizes, around 5,000 students for very long-term studies as well. And it's been found this is actually actively harmful to helping kids read. This, in fact, causes kids to actually regress in their reading abilities when taught to kids. And this affects me very much. I was dyslexic as a kid, and I grew to love reading. But the way you have to teach reading, and it's not nice to say you have to teach this way, but it is the way that has consistently been shown to work, is through phonics. There is programs out called, for example, The Science of Learning, etc. This is different than reading recovery. This is teaching phonics in new and innovative ways, but it is still teaching phonics. These have been used in states such as, these usually are like the bottom of the barrel for education, like Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, those 3 states. But when they implemented these programs, they've radically improved their reading rates. So that's a massive improvement. But the problem but reading recovery itself has been shown to actively degrade students' ability to read. And the worst part about this is that it's usually used, and now that it's been shown not to work in general, as like an intervention tool for like the kids who are worse at reading. But it actually, basically, instead of like, oh, this will get them over the hump, it actually builds more of a hump in front of them. It's like, oh, you're having trouble reading? Let's make it impossible for you to learn to read, because we're just going to teach you to memorize words. But that ultimately does not teach kids to learn. The overall theory behind this idea, when it was introduced around the 90s-ish, was that reading, like speaking, was thought to be innate to the person. And something that people could just, if they memorize enough words or are around reading enough, they'll just naturally pick it up. This was eventually shown to be false. The difference between speaking, which even animals can somewhat do, and though it's not really so much words, but you can get the gist of it, and reading, which no animal can do other than humans, is completely different sort of qualities. So the relating of these two was fundamentally bad science, and this has been shown out in a number of different studies. If you look this up on Wikipedia, for example, it will show that this is actively harmful. If you NPR did a long talk about this, about how this is actually actively harms students, and I could go on, but I'll cut it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you willing to take questions?
Oh yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Bricky?
Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So Are you an educator?
Somewhat. So my grandfather was a superintendent, principal, and teacher. My mom teaches ELA, and I work in the education industry, though I'm not myself a teacher.
And so did you do any research?
follow up?
Sorry, follow up. Yes. Did you do any research on phonics?
Yes.
So did any of the, oops, sorry.
You let him answer?
I will.
Thank you.
Yes, I have done some research on, sorry, not on phonics, excuse me. I've done research on this topic specifically. Mostly I'm a math teacher, but I've been tutoring kids, especially in places like, I came up from Alabama, so I was tutoring a bunch of kids down there. And these kids really were having some trouble reading, but fortunately the phonics program in Alabama seemed to help them. So I would not call that formal research, but that was experience. I lived experience. I don't know if that's relevant to you.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And I appreciate your sentiments on dyslexia. And I know in 2023 we passed some laws here for early intervention screening for dyslexia. Mm-hmm. So with that, I think there are other programs specifically dedicated and instructional methods for students with dyslexia. So I'm curious to know what specifically about the phonics program are you drawn to?
Simply the science behind it. It's been shown to work, as opposed to this, which has been shown to harm kids. It's like, ideally, there'd be like a science of reading program attached to this, et cetera, where they would go to phonics. But absent anything else, right? This is a program that's actively harming kids. And that appalls me, just that we're paying money to make kids worse at reading. Like it's worse than just putting it into money into a furnace. And I feel bad for the teachers, because the teachers think they're learning something new and going to be able to help kids, but then they find out later on that this is, well, maybe they don't find out, but they're trying to teach the kid this new way and it's not working. And like, when I heard about this, it just really hurt my heart.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Christine Downing?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Christine Downing. Sorry, I got a little bit of frog this morning. I'm superintendent of the Grantham School District, SAU 75, and a resident of the town of Goshen. I'm here to oppose House Bill 1529 under similar reasoning as an earlier counterpart who said, where is the research that this complete program needs to be repealed? Reading recovery is actually vetted on. I will give you the two sites. Hold on 1 second here. I can just find it. There it goes. So let me just backtrack for a second. When we have to write our grants for the New Hampshire Department of Education, for example, if we write a Title I grant and we want to use that money to support literacy instruction and literacy resources, we have to use specifically vetted, high quality researched websites that have done their research. And Reading Recovery actually shows up on two of those websites that we use by the Department of Ed. One is the What Works Clearinghouse, and the other one is the Evidence for ESSA, ESSA, and it receives effective ratings on both of those. It is correct, Reading Recovery is a specific intervention program. It's approximately 30 minutes a day. It's targeted to first graders, and it identifies specific skills ranging from phonics to comprehension. It depends on the assessment that's done on the student and what they will need. And typically those interventions can run anywhere from about 12 to maybe 20 weeks, 24 weeks. You do progress monitoring during that time. It is many of a gamut of a toolbox within a reading specialist, and I want to emphasize that. So Reading Recovery is not a core, what we call a core Tier 1 curriculum program. It is an intervention program that typically goes for our Tier 3 students. These are the students with the highest literacy intensive needs. These are the kids that we are trying to provide support from to to eventually prevent them from having to go down a special education referral process. And again, this is one of many in our toolbox. Seeing stars, visualizing and verbalizing, foundations. I mean, there's a whole host of programs that make up an interventions toolbox. So I would say before you completely repeal this program, that it does get its study. One of the problems with reading recovery when it was conceptualized in the late 80s and early 90s is the cost. And that's already come out, and that's the intensive one-to-one training cost. And what districts fell, there was a lot of grant money, both federally and state through the 90s to help districts with that. But like any grants, they fell apart. And districts could no longer sustain that kind of funding model. I do have some interventionists in my school district who are reading recovery trained. Do we necessarily use that program? It's going to go to the student needs. We try a lot of tools depending on what our students respond to. So for that reason, I think simply repealing a program, because it is in this debate of science of reading and balanced literacy. We're back at the reading wars, frankly, of 1980s. What we know is the more tools we have in our toolbox, the better we can align and personalize what students need to achieve. Thank you.
Are you willing to take questions?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here for your testimony. I wanted to nail down a little bit on one specific item you were talking about, which is that this is an intervention that's targeted toward, I believe you said, tier 3. So I've been doing research and I've been trying to figure out what's going on in this program. Clearly the science is mixed. There's science on both sides.
Yeah.
Some people say that it works well, some people doesn't. The one thing I'm seeing it suggests that isn't mixed is that despite some students showing performance with this, it says that the lowest 20% of students, the science is pretty solid across the board that it does not help them. So can you relate that to tier 3 targeting versus where the science is at on that?
So tier 3 can include some of that lowest 20th. And again, I think when you look at that overall research on data, it may say that with that lowest 20th, it's not performing, but I guess I'd want to look at the quantitative studies behind that. What was the sample size? What was the outcome? I do have some students performing in that do respond to reading recovery, not all. But on the flip side, we also use a Wilson program called Foundations. We also use Orton Gillingham Foundations. And sometimes when students don't respond to reading recovery, they respond to Orton Gillingham. When they don't respond to Orton Gillingham, they respond to Wilson, and vice versa. So I think I can probably pull up reports on Orton Gillingham and Wilson that might say similar, that to the lowest, maybe they don't perform at the level. I think part of that could also be how much is it being at those those students that are in that lowest tier of performance? Because often students in those lower tiers tend to end up into a special ed programming, and we use a lot of different programs when it comes to special education referrals that become really intensive. I think reading recovery is being lumped into a bucket of this debate between the science of reading and with balanced literacy. And it's simply because it did at a time promote the 3 queuing method, which we've heard, states down south, Mississippi, Louisiana have done bills preventing the 3 queuing method. But I am going to say, professionally speaking, I trust my educators who get trained, and they make good pedagogical decisions about, even in programs, what's working for the student and what's not working. Just because the program might say, hey, do this strategy, they may try it. If it doesn't work, they're going to adapt, and they're going to adjust based upon those student needs. So I think we have to remember the professionals who are delivering these programs and the professional judgment and the training they have had. And I want to emphasize again, a lot of these programs we're talking about that are at an intervention level, these are done by people that not only have, for example, an elementary education degree, but they also likely have masters in reading and writing mathematics and structure and have qualified for the reading writing specialist endorsement through the state of New Hampshire.
Representative Burton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask this question of somebody in the field. What is the meaning of the word repeal? Does that mean it's illegal to use it, or you can't use any part of it, or it goes off a list somewhere, or what does it mean?
That's an excellent question, Representative. Thank you for asking that. And the reason why I say that's an excellent question, I am wondering what it means to repeal, because under RSA 193E, which defines an adequate education, curriculum and instruction decisions rest at a local level. So I don't know what it would mean for the state to repeal this. Would that forbid the local community from still deciding to use it? I don't know.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Along with the discussion around an adequate education, when you talked about cost and funding, what on average is your understanding to your district for the reading recovery training program? What average cost?
Wow, you're really dating me, Representative Murray, because I have to think back, because my folks have been trained a long time ago. I know it was pretty costly, and I would not want to ballpark, but I can tell you it was in the thousands per teacher. Like I can recall probably as close to 10,000 per teacher in an annual cycle to have to train. And back in that time, we had a lot of Title II funding, which allows for PD for staff, and that is, I mean, just over time. Gone away. And that, when you look up the struggles with reading recovery and why it dipped, it was the sustainability of having to train people so intensively in it. And I did hear earlier that someone mentioned the state put a great emphasis on letters training. And that it's awesome when states can get ahead of it and provide training like that. We get definitely better educators who understand how literacy needs to be instructed. And I would just say that when we talk about science of reading, balanced literacy, and even letters, those are not curriculum programs like Reading Recovery are. Those are pedagogical professional learning programs to deepen the knowledge of our educators about how we teach instruction. Science of Reading is not a curriculum program I pick up. It's about the research and the best instructional practices we know that can work.
Yes, follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, you mentioned Title II funding, but there's also Title I funding that may come with this as well. So if this were to be removed, though the decisions are made locally, would you still have a backing to be able to proceed forward in seeking some of that funding?
I think right now those that do have reading recovery folks still in the districts, it's because they've been able to take advantage of grants, but I think you have seen it fallen off in the state of New Hampshire because locally it's just a cost. A lot of, like, I have no PD line in my budget in Grantham. The only way I draw PD into my local budget is through my collective bargaining agreement. You know, because usually PD reimbursement and PD allocations are done through the collective bargaining association. A lot of districts, especially my size, we rely on grants to supplement the funds it takes for professional learning because we just can't afford it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent, welcome back again. I appreciate every time you come because you fill us with some really worthwhile stuff we don't know. What would happen in your SAU if this was repealed?
It's going to impact, I mean, not a lot of kids, a handful of kids. Again, though, I go back to the question of, am I prohibited from using it or not? I don't know what repeal means. And like I said, I have one educator who's well-versed in many programs, and reading recovery is one in her toolbox. She's, you know, and so would I have to say to her, well, you can't do this one or that one? And you know, ultimately, we're impacting students. The more we have in the toolbox, the more we can provide to students.
Thank you. May I have one more?
Follow up.
Yes, please. Thank you. So just a follow-up question. When it was presented to us initially that, Representative Noble mentioned that the DOE said they can repeal it because they don't use it. Have you heard anything from DOE about the lack of use or a school system not using this or why they would want to do that? Has there been any technical things that you people as superintendents?
No, and I'm wondering how that statement can be made, because I'm not sure of the last time that the Department of Ed actually put out a survey to districts saying, what are the programs you're using? And to collect that data to know what are schools using.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would go back to the RSA I mentioned earlier, that the local control over
Right.
curriculum program and decision-making rests at the local level, so.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Representative Dry?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Do your teachers who have been trained in this still renew annually?
Yes, and it's not as intensive. So reading recovery finally, when they had this big federal grant and it kind of went national, right? They got really big and then they realized people couldn't sustain it. They had to adapt, like most pedagogical programs that are training for teachers. They went to the online environment, right? So you can do refresher courses. So it's becoming more manageable now to do some of that to stay abreast. One of the key things that, and Wilson is like this and Orton Gillingham is also like this, is typically to get what I want to say is the full certification, which means you're vetted like completely through the program. Like you could almost be a train the trainer, but it's not quite that. You have to do student case studies. So you have to follow students for a couple of years. And that's where the intensive amount of time, the effort, and the cost comes into play. But once you kind of get that, then it's this, you just got to stay current and abreast and do these kind of things. And so I think I would say that reading recovery probably doesn't have the level of initial trainings that they used to have, but there are still opportunities for people to stay abreast of what's going on. But frankly, things like letters training, even Orton Gillingham does some general literacy training, can often count as saying, I'm still fully capable to deliver the program. Because the focus now really is about just teaching teachers what's good literacy instruction and then using that judgment in terms of the programs that are out there.
Follow up. I guess my question was kind of like, once you've learned it, don't you have it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but they'll go through, and it's like, let me equate it to my BCBA. She's what we call a safety care trainer, which is that prevents students from escalating, right? But for her to kind of keep that, she just has to annually go like do an online webinar, right? You just have to stay current to whatever news coming out, what's adjustments happening. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I actually have a question. So when I read the statute, and I'm not focused on the merits of the program, I'm more focused on who is providing the training. So when I look at 18970, Roman 2, it says the Department of Education shall administer the Reading Recovery Training Program. Are you still receiving training from the Department of Education?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, so
not in my district.
I think that, my own follow-up, do you think that's what we're referencing here, is who is administering the training as opposed to the merits of the program itself?
Could be. I mean, if that's what this is saying, is that it's going to come off the books for the Department of Ed in terms of training, absolutely, that makes sense, because I haven't received training from the Department of Ed for several years in this area.
Okay, so it's my understanding that, and my own follow-up, that that's what this is referring to, not necessarily the merits of the program. Because you would still have the toolbox, you can still send your teachers for additional training. Does if this were to be repealed based on what's actually in statute, would that affect any of your grants?
I don't think it would. I mean, I know that the department looks at what we put in for resources into our grant, because they have started like when we had to apply for our Leaning into Literacy grant, they had a vetted list. It wasn't a mandated list of saying, here are some possible programs, that they have vetted. So I don't know if I included this in my grant and they would say, okay, we've repealed it because we're no longer training on it. Would it be allowed? I don't know. I'd have to ask the department that.
Okay. The way I'm personally reading it doesn't interfere with your ability to utilize a program that's effective.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. One of the other things that I was interested in understanding a little bit more about, and maybe you know, is the micro credentialing program that the DOE has, and whether or not, with them using the program of Credentials Unlimited, whether or not this program in specific addresses sort of, there's like a wheel, if you will, of various things, whether
Right.
it's phonemic awareness or it's
Right.
foundations or whatever it is. Does it work with that group? Do you know?
I'm not aware. I wouldn't, I don't feel comfortable being able to provide you a response with that. I understand the microing credentialing program that the department is going for. I just don't know if they're going down a path of looking at these specific programs to offer that. I mean, typically you get your, I wouldn't call it credential, but you get your certificate on a program through the vendor that owns the program. They're the ones usually running it because they want fidelity, they want validity and reliability, because when they do those trainers, it's going back to their own research base. So I don't know if the department's thinking micro-credentialing in specific programs versus rather, I see their micro-credentialing as more in specific pedagogical strategies, right? And becoming really good in those. So I don't know, yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
you. Thank you.
And I close the hearing on House Bill 1529.
Madam Chair, would it be possible to ask our researcher or someone else to request DOE to respond to actually what they're trying to accomplish in this bill? Because if I understand what you're saying, they just say release of the responsibility to trainers, but as Representative Boyd said, who knows what repeal means?
That's what I saw, but I think that would be a valid
And I think
option.
Jim made
Thank
a-
you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I open the hearing on House Bill 1712 relative to charter conversion schools, and I call on Representative Noble to introduce her bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Kristen Noble and I represent Hillsborough District 2, the town of Bedford. So to be perfectly honest about this bill, I wish I had withdrawn it. I didn't even think about that option because I was juggling way too many things. But I have not looked at this language in several months and just have not had the time to sink my teeth into it. So I'm just going to recommend that we ITL this bill.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I do not see any pink cards on House Bill 1712. Or is there anybody who's interested in speaking on this? And I close the hearing on House Bill 1712.
We'll open the hearing on House Bill 1155 relative to the Home Education Advisory Council, and I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Petternow.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Katie Peternell. I represent the towns of Wolfboro and Tuftonboro, Carroll District 6. This is quite honestly not a bill that I really want to have to introduce. I home educated my kids, and I was appointed to HEAC, or the Home Education Advisory Council, in 2023. I requested to be on this council because as a former home educator, I thought it would be a good fit and that I would be able to work on an issue that is near and dear to my heart. I certainly didn't spend 20 years home educating my own children without the thought of always defending a parent's right to home educate their own children. However, this council seems to be losing its way, and I find that it's not doing its job supporting home educators in the way that it was once intended to do. One point I would like to make is that since my appointment, there have been consistent vacancies on the council. When I first joined, initially there were disagreements about how to video record the meetings and 91A concerns and the amount of public comment allowed. That caused quite a significant amount of debate. And then there were some very good conversations about how the changes to RSA 193A occurred in 22 and how they should be addressed in rules. But then after that, there began quite a bit of discussion around the differences between 193A and 194F. And that went on for about a year until December of 24, probably began in November of 24. But the meetings began to become heated, and there was much debate around who was able to represent home educators and about the mission statements of home education organizations. In early 25, the former commissioner sent a letter and addressed the council with concerns about governance and tone at the meetings, and this tone has not improved. Since this time, the meetings have become more contentious, unprofessional. They've been unable to approve minutes for months and barely able to agree upon an annual report. The council, instead of meeting bi-monthly, has had to begin meeting monthly due to their inability to agree on the minutes and the annual report. At the last meeting, the chairman wanted legislators to go through her list of 30-plus LSRs to discuss what had been withdrawn. Unfortunately, that is not the purview of HEAC. The purview of HEAC is to address rules, not legislation. There have been no rules changes since 23. The department is now sending 2 staff members to oversee the conduction of the meetings. This is a waste of taxpayer dollars, not to mention a waste of valuable staff resources. In order to research this, I did request the legislative history of the 1990 home education law where the council originated, but I have not been able to determine the exact legislative intent, other than that the council was modeled after the highly functional non-public school advisory council. In December, I invited several home educators, as well as some current home educators, some original home educators, meaning parents who have worked on the original law, and current home educators to my own home. Some drove from as far away as Manchester, and the purpose of this meeting was to discuss the historic purpose of the council and what future benefit there might be to maintaining the council. I asked why there were vacancies, and I was told that no one wanted to attend the meetings just to have a fight. If more reasonable people are unwilling to be appointed, I see little value in the future of the council. And this is a shame because I think a lot of good could be achieved, but most of the constructive work has come from the Superintendent's Association appointee. Now, I will go through some changes to the bill, although I have already submitted an amendment to repeal the entire council. So if you look at the bill itself, this was purely intended to be a placeholder, and with all of the other issues surrounding the other home education law bill, I have not had a time to really address all of the significant changes that I would make to this. So beginning on line 6 through 9, I would eliminate the legislative appointees. The purview of HEAC is to address rules. That's not in the purview of the legislature. This was originally modeled on the Non-Public School Advisory Council, which does not have any legislative appointees. As you go down line 12, I would change that from 6 members to maybe 4 or 5 members nominated by home educators associations, with 1 member per association organized within New Hampshire. And I would drop that number because I don't think there's currently 6 organizations, and how they agree upon what an organization is a little bit loose. There are several that have been around for decades and some that occur, organically. So if I was changing the number of members nominated by the home educator associations, then I would increase the number of members nominated by the commissioner of the department. Going down to line 17, I would strike out who shall be a non-voting member, because I have found that the appointee from the New Hampshire School Administrations Association is very valuable. And I believe that's the Superintendent's Association. 1 member nominated by the School Boards Association. Again, I would strike the non-voting member because I find their input valuable, and the same in line 21 with the Association of School Principals, because that appointee has also been of a significant value on the council. Going down to line 23, again, I would eliminate the non-voting member. And one of the reasons is because you're going to get more input when people are voting. I added number 7, the commissioner of the Department of Education or designee who shall be a non-voting member. Currently, 2 staff attend due to the vitriolic nature of the meetings, but it was not in statute that any member of the department needed to be in attendance. And then I struck out the rulemaking so that anything that was in rules from the Home Education Advisory Council would now be in statute. So members appointed by the commissioner shall have a term of 3 years. Those were all issues and concerns that had been addressed by the Commissioner of Education at some point in time. I would change the meetings to quarterly because honestly, the council has not had enough work to do to require meeting monthly, let alone every other month. The rest of this are things that have come over from rules. And I would strike line 14 through 16, the grievance committee, because they haven't really convened in years. And that is one issue that I've heard on the council is people don't really want to have a grievance committee. And then I would change the annual report to be filed with the State Board of Education by June 30th and add that I would strike out any legislative concerns because these home education organizations can certainly approach their legislators at any point in time if they feel that there is legislative changes that need to be made. And again, the purpose of HEAC is to work on rules, not legislation. I would also have the report submitted to the Speaker of the House Education Committee, the President of the Senate, and the Senate Education Committee, so they actually can see what is happening in the world of home education, because one of the concerns is that many representatives and senators do not completely understand what home education is. And honestly, we all look at education from our own personal frame of reference. If you were homeschooled, you don't know what it's like to be in public school all day. If you were in public school, you want to know, like, do you sit on the couch and watch TV all day if you're home educating? It's a complete mystery unless you've experienced it yourself. So that would just be for the benefit of the education of the legislators. And then on line 25 and 26, I would strike that because there would just be a simple majority for the quorum. And then obviously 27 and 28, if I'm removing legislators, then they don't need to receive mileage for a meeting they're not attending. And line 16 on page 2, that's just a typo, serving a term which is coterminous with their elected office. It got rearranged. So with that, I will end. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
All
Are there any questions? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, thank you for taking my question. Katie, I just want to be clear. The changes you just talked about that are bolded in the original motion, you indicated that you were going to submit amendment, which is going to negate the entire RSA that has the home. Is that right? So these changes would not really be, the amendment's going to eliminate this whole piece we just talked about?
Well, I have one amendment to repeal it. I'm also waiting to hear what the testimony is so that I can hear whether or not it's really necessary to continue with the council and see whether or not the committee determines that it's necessary to maintain it.
Okay.
So I'm open-minded. How's that? I'm open to suggestions.
That'd be good, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bricky?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. These are just because, as you said, as a public school educator, I really don't know anything about home education. So these are totally coming as home education. But you did know that 375 people opposed this in testimony and only one supported it. So it might be that you don't want to change what you have here.
I actually did read the testimony. None of it pertained to this bill.
Oh,
Not any of it. And most of the people who, there's certainly names that I recognize on there. I'm pretty sure they don't really have an opinion. And I know we're told to take that all into consideration. The only supporter of this was Senator Ward, who sits on the Home Education Advisory Council. Thank you for pointing that out,
okay.
though.
But can I have a follow-up?
Sure.
So the other question I have is, so last year, you may or may not know this, this is my first term. So last year was my first, and I sit on the House Education, the other Education Committee. So we heard that there is a difference between home education and EFA. So, like, does there need to be anything in the bill about that? What is the difference? Can you help me with that?
Yes, I
Sorry.
certainly can, because has a lot to do with this.
Thank you.
This pertains specifically to 193A, which is the home education statute. And in 194F, home education is not explicit.
Okay. So,
Another follow-up?
yes, can I have a follow-up? Sorry. So okay, I guess I just don't know enough.
I think I can explain to you a little bit. You missed the fun we had on two of my other bills where I had to explain that in the community, there's concern about who's home educating under 193A and who's doing what appears to be home educating under 194F.
Okay.
And under 194F, home education is not explicitly stated. It is, you can utilize an education freedom account for a variety of purposes, which combined could look like home education, but are not defined as home education. So one of the comments that was made in a past hearing was, how do you know out in the community, but you wouldn't know because you wouldn't be segregating students based on 193A or 194F.
Okay, I think I got it. Thank you. I'll ask you more questions later.
Yes, I'm open. Yeah.
You're good. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. You have two potential tracks that you might take with this potential effort. You may create an amendment, or you may also.
Well, either way, it has to be amended. It's a mess.
So I am just wanting to make sure the 6 members who are nominated by the Home Educators Association, those are actually home educators?
Yes.
Okay. And those members, may I follow up? I'm sorry.
Follow up?
Well, they may be on those, or they may be part of those organizations. Their kids may have graduated.
I see. And my follow-up would be that those members, just because there's been so many changes, have a vested voting right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't take their vote. My original intent was just to leave the voting only to the home educators.
I see.
But then as time went on, I saw the value of the other members.
Okay. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
I can't see your nameplate. But
It's not Representative Sully.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very small item, but on line 20, it does say the report goes to the House Education Committee. I'd hope it goes to your committee, not ours. So
I hope they combine again.
thank you.
any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michelle Rohrabacher.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my questions, and thank you, Council, for being here. I am Michelle Rohrabacher. I am a home educator in the state of New Hampshire. I am a leader with Christian Home Educators of New Hampshire and Southern Maine, and I am their designated representative to the Home Education Advisory Council. I also serve currently as the chair of the Home Education Advisory Council. There are several concerns with the proposal to amend or dissolve the HEAC within the home education community. The first of which, not the least, is that the members of the council and the home education communities that are represented upon it were not consulted as to whether we thought the HEAC is functional or non-functional. You can refer back to the non-germane amendment presented by Representative Cordelli last session, where many members and testimonies were submitted in opposition to his efforts to dissolve the HEAC. Speaking directly to the current bill on the table, Representative Peternell is unsure if there are even 6 home education associations within the state of New Hampshire. I believe that is not exactly a very well thought out statement to make. Currently, there are 5 different education organizations that sit on the council. She spoke of the vacancies and how that is contributing to the dysfunction of the council. The vacancies are filled by the commissioner. Last session, we had trouble having Commissioner Edelblue fill the positions. There were active members that had been nominated to the council, and the commissioner spoke directly to us, stating that he would not appoint any current members to the council because of the way he felt the council was going. That is not a dysfunction of the council. That is a function of the council serving underneath the commissioner. The changes to remove non-voting member from the different representative organizations is definitely something that the home education community supports, and I am thankful for Representative Peternell introducing that as a potential change that she would make to this bill that she has introduced. We have also, as the different organizations on the HEAC and in the wide span of home education organizations in the state, have also found that those members are greatly helpful to our efforts. They remain neutral. We don't give them a penny, and they serve with intention to continue to clarify things for us. We do not find them as adversarial. Changing the meetings to quarterly, I believe, is not a good move. Things move quickly in the state. Since our last meeting, there have been several bills that have affected home education directly. We have members that contact us that are concerned. They're concerned about the process that has happened. They're concerned about the activities and attitudes of legislators towards the home education community. As Representative Peternell mentioned, having a personal gathering at her home, I know of nobody in the organizations that I am a part of, nor am I in conversation with, that were part of that conversation. So that is, I think, helpful information for you as a council to know that. I'm also thankful for her change to strike the consisting of 2/3 of the voting membership for quorum. It should be a simple majority. That is how we function. And in reference to the report needing to be submitted to various entities, it is a publicly available report. So it is something that has been created by the HEAC. It was submitted to the commissioner, and it is publicly available. And with that, I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any Representative Bricky?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Where would I find the HEAC report?
It is available on the DOE website.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe this is more of a question for either Jen4 or you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Jen, I'm looking at you. I know I am.
I have no idea.
Okay, that would be helpful, Madam Chair, if we could have that.
Sure. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gianna Gelsey? Sorry if I mispronounced.
It's Gianna Jelsey. So for future reference. So I'm here again. So Gianna Jelsey, Madbury, New Hampshire, member of a school board, but here representing myself. I think a lot of the things that the community was concerned about with this are being partially addressed by the first speaker, whose name I'm sorry I didn't catch. I apologize. One of the things is that we're under this understanding, or I am under the understanding, that the Home Education Advisory Council was to develop good relationships between home educators and public schools. As I'm somebody who's involved with public schools, that's a really important thing to have, because home education kiddos are often receiving services at public schools. Sometimes that's some direct intervention things. They can participate in some classes. There's some services that happen, and there's definitely some after-school activities, co-curriculars, and athletics that they participate in. So having a good relationship with home educators is pivotal to having a functioning good community. So some of the things that I was quite concerned about this was removing the voting rights from people who actually have experience in public schools. I was gratified to hear that she was that one of her ideas for amending that was putting those voting rights back into it. I was glad to hear that she found the input of the New Hampshire School Board Association and the principals and the School Administrators Association is valuable. I think that's good to know, because those relationships are incredibly important. So if those amendments go through, I think the bill is more palatable, as it were. But listening to this, my opinion still would be inexpedient to legislate, because it sounds like there's a lot of work here that needs to happen to get this to work in a way that people find beneficial to all parties, to increase communication.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Diane Nolan.
Good morning, members of the council, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I represent Catholics United for Home Education as a sitting member of HEAC. Today I speak on their behalf. COHE's position is in favor of keeping HEAC, especially if changes are made to the existing home education law this session. Eliminating or restricting the existing state-level support mechanism for home education would not be very supportive of RSA 193 home educators. It's an understatement to say that it's difficult to reach out to the home education population. Last week, this committee heard how Facebook was used to communicate on HB 1268's Home Education Freedom Act. Even that attempt was limited in scope. Not everyone is on Facebook or X. Some look at their local home education groups or groups for advice. Others are fully plugged in. They make sure their voices are heard, often motivated by their political leanings. Are those voices representing the rural home ed population, the unplugged, or the non-political population? No one really knows. No single home ed organization can represent themselves as a voice of home ed in New Hampshire when there are clearly over 50 home education Facebook groups just in New Hampshire, and who knows how many co-ops, which is a way a lot of home educators come together. In the end, there is no figurehead, no company spokesperson to represent home educators, to communicate changes, concerns, or threats to them or for them. HEAC is the closest thing to cross-representation for thousands of home educators, with members from a variety of home education organizations serving together. We at CUHE would like to see the council used to serve the needs of home educators under RSA 193A. Somehow this council has existed for 30 years, successfully serving the community with home educators who are nominated by home education organizations, working with stakeholders from various related educational fields. HEAC is valuable and beneficial in conveying trends and current issues that home educators are experiencing, while it serves as a way for home educators to get resolution to their issues. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I did have a follow-up question on the membership composition, since you are a member. I'm looking at the Department of Ed's website and looking at the composition currently, and I am seeing that there are 4 vacancies still. Is that accurate, or is that not correct?
For the home education organizations, there's only 1 vacancy,
Okay,
but there's 2 different ways. There's home education community members, which there are 2 vacancies. Those are appointed directly by the commissioner. Those are not nominated by home ed organizations.
correct. Okay, and but within the council itself, there are 4 total vacancies?
School boards vacant. I'm looking at a current list of that's listed on the Department of Education website.
Yep.
There's 2 vacancies in home ed community and 1 in home education membership organizations.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Bricky?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So, and I was looking at the membership also, but I was looking at, I serve on the CTE Advisory Council, and there are members of the House of Representatives and of the Senate. And there was some talk about not having those members be on the advisory council. And right now they are as non-voting members. Do you find them to be helpful or not helpful, or you can tell me, it's okay.
I think they're very helpful. They often have such a great grasp of all the intersecting laws that is a really fantastic tool.
Okay, thanks so very much.
Any other questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my other question is, do you receive updated emails from things like the rulemaking register as they would apply to education or anything like that to keep your council abreast of proposed rule changes or anything like that?
The Department of Education representative that manages, the Zoom and whatnot, she doesn't participate. But if we have questions, if there's any new technical advisory, if there's a change to 91A, that person will bring those things to us and say, the high set is being changed. They're looking at this rule. That's how that information gets to us.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Doris Hohensie?
Chairman Noble, members of the committee, thank you for letting me speak today. I'm from Nashua and I support the elimination of the HEAC. The HEAC was designed by HSLDA in 1990 to serve the commissioner and organize groups, homeschooling groups, not independent parents, not the home education movement. It doesn't understand that our movement is predominantly individuals. The commissioner appoints the entire board, and the homeschoolers are the minority on the board. But there have been many times that homeschoolers, I mean, they don't have a voice if they're not in a group and they don't get selected. It's a very strange composition, and it's always felt like for many homeschoolers that we're just on the outside of the anointed. The HEAC has been destructive of our rights since it was created. For example, the HEAC refused the assistance of the former chair of the New Hampshire Board of Education, Ovid LaMontagne, in 1993. Instead of communicating his offer to help the homeschooling community, they hid it from the community. Ovid's brother homeschooled in California, and he remarked how punitive New Hampshire homeschooling law was compared to California. I invited Ovid to attend the HEAC meeting, and I was not even allowed to speak. The HEAC refused all help. Can I do this? No. Can we do that? No. Can we do this? No. All help. And then concealed his offer by doctoring the minute meetings. There's no videotape from 1993, so there's no evidence. This was the attitude that we lived through for a decade with him. The first chair of the board was representing herself. She had no group. For a decade, she was the president of the HEAC, representing one person. Sure, she sponsored, she endorsed the bill, and she was there to protect it, but it hasn't always been fair to the individual homeschoolers that don't belong to part of a collective, which is not in their nature. The HEAC has never supported legislation to improve freedom. I'm delighted there were 2 members of the HEAC here today, but at the recent meeting, only one member testified on behalf of herself, not the organization she represents, and not representing the HEAC. So if they're not weighing in on important issues, what are they there for? If we get rid of rules, there's nothing left. I don't think we need the HEAC. And the grievance council, that's got to go. I was at a grievance hearing in the 90s. First, I went to DCYF to try to prove that there was no educational neglect. We had to prove our curriculum in advance of homeschooling was sufficient to educate a child. That family in Hudson got their curriculum not unacknowledged. So we get to court, and HSLDA told us, no, this is not an approval process. This is notification and acknowledgement. And the judge's first words, once he finally let me in, because I was not an attorney, just an advocate, was the curriculum was not approved. That was his words, approved. So we got that out of the law, but it's like after we succeeded in child protection court, we had to take that family to a grievance council where they pretended to oversee and help us with our legal problems. It was backwards. It wasn't necessary. The whole thing has rubbed homeschoolers the wrong way since and some of the people on the HEAC may very well mean well, but they're not elected. And they don't really serve any great purpose for our community. The communication is nil. I don't ever see bulletins coming out of the HEAC. Sure, you can go to the website and you can find their minutes if you search it out, but it's not like they're putting out any information, any bulletins, any helpful information that assists the rank and file. So I hope that we get rid of the HEAC. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, Representative Terry.
Yes, thank you. I'm curious. You have spoken rather critically of New Hampshire's model or law, if you will, and model, and spoke rather glowingly of California's. Would you prefer that California's law were to be in place in New Hampshire or any other state as an improvement over the current status?
Well, thank you for your question. No, California is just freer. And this was a conversation that the former board chair had with his brother. So he said there's a big whopping difference. We were like the second worst state in the country in 1990. Pennsylvania had the top spot. So yes, I did want more freedom, but no, I didn't want to be considered a private school like California. And incidentally, in 1990, when the first law went through, half the homeschooling community was underground, and many did try and did successfully set up their schools as a private school to get out from under the law. And then the department made those rules tighter so that it was impossible to do. But no, there was nothing about California per se that I wanted or that I researched out. It's just I knew they were freer.
So you would prefer a statute that increases freedom
Yes.
that promotes a freer situation for those who you represent. But at this time, you don't have a state law that you could provide for us that you would hold up as a model.
Thank you for your question. Yes, I don't represent anybody. I'm on Facebook. I've got a couple thousand people in a group. We talk about things, but I don't ever come here pretending to represent anybody. When the law came in, we had to get our curriculum approved. That's censorship. If we didn't measure up at our annual assessments after keeping portfolios and all that, we could be put on probation and our program could be terminated. That was pretty bad. So the first thing I did is I researched the law, and my goal at the next year, 1991, you can look it up, I put in a CICR to try to put in an amendment saying no man shall be...
Doris, could you state your point?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I was just hoping that we could actually speak to the substance of the bill before us.
Yes, I agree.
Right.
Let's stick to HEAC, please.
Thank you.
No other state has it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Heather Barker.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you, Council, for letting me speak today. My name is Heather Barker. I have been a long-standing administrator and educator here in New Hampshire for more than 30 years. I am the representative for the New Hampshire School Administrators Association, which serves superintendents and central office administrators. I was appointed by Frank. This is my second term. I will agree with Representative Peternell that the last few years have been extremely contentious as we have added multiple pathways, right, for families to choose in terms of educating their children. That has created conflict within the home education community. As the EFA communities rose up, we actually on the council tried to figure out how could we separate these two so that parents understood the differences between the pathways, school districts understood the differences between the pathways, and that the contention could sort of be resolved somehow, okay? So I would agree with many of the edits that you've made in terms of amending what you originally proposed, because I do think it is important. Having been on the council, as I read the original intention of this bill, I was worried a little bit about leaving all of the decisions, believe it or not, to the home educators at this point, given that there is a divide that exists across the state within those groups. And that at many of our meetings over the past couple of years, instead of doing the really good work that we were doing, which is really important if you think about it, that school districts understand the pathway for home education, that that's actually a very reputable, respectable way for families to educate their children. Sometimes there's conflict that arises. I heard last week, I was here for one of the other hearings, and I heard people talk about some of the bad things that happened over the last several decades, where people would be coming to find out what was going on with children and all kinds of things. But as I've been attending these meetings over the last 6 years, I can bring that back to the School Administrators Association. We've done trainings for superintendents in school districts. We've partnered with the Department of Ed and the Home Education Advisory Council to do that work together so that parents could be communicating with folks in these different organizations or with the Department of Ed for families that aren't part of those associations. Sometimes they contact the Department of Ed. We talk about what's going on, and then we try to figure out how can we support everybody so that that kind of contention in the educational community doesn't exist. So I do see a value in the Home Education Advisory Council. I really appreciate what you proposed today, and I would fully support the amendments that were made by Representative Peternell. As you look forward to this. So I hope we don't dissolve this council, but I do think that what is being put forward with the amendments that were proposed this morning, and I'm going to leave it to you guys to figure out the rest, but I do think it's a valuable council, and I think that we can do really good work together. And I would also agree, 4 times might be great, maximum 6 times a year. I think when you go beyond that, you start to get down in the weeds and some of the minutia that has really, really upset a lot of the work that happened there. So that's my position, and I thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Great. Seeing none, thank you very much. Are there any other pink cards? Seeing none, we will close the hearing. We're just going to take a 5-minute break. We'll open the hearing on House Bill 1358, establishing a commission to study transitioning all public schools to public charter schools and relative to the method for converting to a charter school. And I recognize Representative Osborne to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason Osborne, representing Rockingham 2, towns of Auburn, Candia, and Deerfield. Pleasure to be back here in the Education Committee. It's been about 10 years. I'll try not to make a habit of it unless you want me to come back. But, so HB 1358, it's a study commission. And let me start out by why. Our charter schools in New Hampshire, they're crushing it, basically. In the first ever national ranking of charter school performance conducted by Harvard Kennedy School, our charter school students ranked 4th in the country. Our enrollment is up 44% since 2019 in our charter schools. We have now over 6,000 students, 38 schools approved, and more in the pipeline. Spark Academy in Manchester, a public charter high school, went from 63rd to 9th in state rankings in just 2 years and is now the top ranked public high school in the city. And all these charter schools have waiting lists with families lining up to participate. So this model works. And the question I'd like to ask is, well, if it works this well for these students, why not offer it to all 170,000 students? We all want to have our cake and eat everyone else's cake too, right? We want the state to fund these schools, other people to pay for it, but we want to have all the control be local. So how can we accomplish that? And I think that maybe this is a way of doing it. We have a property tax problem in New Hampshire. We have a housing problem in New Hampshire. We have school funding problem in New Hampshire. So all the big issues that are on everybody's mind. I think this is a stone that can kill a lot of birds, metaphorically speaking, of course. Roughly 60% of local property taxes go to fund K through 12 education. Charter schools, on the other hand, they're funded by the state on a per pupil basis, no local property taxes involved. If we were to have every public school be a charter school, then all of the funding would come from the state and none of the funding would have to come from local property taxes. I know we've all heard from our towns as we try to expand housing in our state that there's a resistance to that, precisely for this reason of bringing more students to the school district. And why are we going to to have another mouth to feed when we're already having property taxes exploding around us that we can't afford? So if we remove that single largest obstacle to building housing that we desperately need, then that would be a benefit. So our current funding system, of course, is a giant patchwork that even though I've been here for 12 years, I still don't really understand it. And everyone really doesn't think that it's fair. So a charter model would simplify that. Funding follows the student. Every child carries the same per pupil allocation. Schools compete for students and their funding by delivering results. Administrative bloat becomes a disadvantage, not something that's just protected, and not something that you can just dip into the endless cookie jar of taxpayer monies to feed. And our test scores, of course, are going in the wrong direction. We spend, while we're spending more per pupil than nearly every other state, we're getting worse results. And the reason is structural. With this current system that we have, it insulates schools from accountability. A school that fails its students loses nothing. The students are captive. The funding is guaranteed. The bureaucracy rolls on. Charter schools, they have to deliver or they close. That's not a bug. That's the mechanism that drives excellence, like in the real world. Choice, competition, accountability. This is where quality comes from. This is where excellence comes from. And we can, while maintaining public funding of our schools that we all agree is important, we can also introduce the very important market mechanisms that can drive preferable outcomes. We hear a lot about local control, and the concern is that well, this would be a state takeover of schools and would undermine local control. I don't think that's. I mean, it could be the case if we were to do it that way, but I don't think it has to be. By allowing choice and competition to reign and provide the accountability mechanisms, we can still fund these schools with public dollars and just allow it to happen without having to put our thumb on every single test score and metric and impose state mandates on schools. So right now, if every family is stuck in their school district, if they don't like how things are going, there is no mechanism by which that they can just go to another public school. We've introduced some options for them to get out of the school system entirely. I'm sure there are those who would like to say I'm trying to get everyone out of the public schools. I would not say that. I would like to keep everyone in the public schools, actually, and I think this would be a mechanism to do that. If in the every school being a charter school system, if you don't like how your local charter school is working, you get together with a few other families and you start another one. Again, this HB 1358, we're not mandating anyone by establishing this commission. This is just investigating the possibility, and that's it. I'm good.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Leclerc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other part of my ignorance, Representative Osborne, but can you just tell me the biggest difference between a charter school and a public school, please?
Well, I mean, there's a few. So a local public school is governed by elected people who are elected in your local town elections. A charter school is governed by whatever governance is decided by the charter that is approved by the state. And then the funding, of course. So the funding for your local school district, it primarily comes from local property taxes, where the funding from charter schools comes from the state, from all the various funding mechanisms that the state has.
Any other questions? Representative Bricky?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So, so you said right now there are 38 approved charter schools?
It's my understanding.
Okay.
Don't hold me to that.
Can I
Follow up?
Okay. We've heard of many charter schools that have closed due to mismanagement of funds. How would we go about making sure that that didn't happen with the state funds that we are giving them?
Yeah, so to me, that's a feature, not a bug. When mismanagement happens, schools need to close. Right? Unfortunately, we don't have that today with our public schools. When schools are mismanaged, that they just keep rolling and they keep taking more and more money.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here to take my question. I would personally be a little bit skeptical about transitioning all schools to public charter schools, but do you think that a commission, if established, might possibly come to the same conclusion and bring a lot more information to the table with it?
That's certainly possible. It would, yes. Yeah, I am open to the possibility that a commission may come to a completely different idea than I have right now, which is why I suggested a commission would be a good idea.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. I am curious, there is a small section above lines 3 through 6 on page 1 of the bill that does talk about changing the voting of a chartered school from a 2/3, and then it says, or a majority vote taken by the school district instead of an and. Do you see that as eliminating the school board's opportunity to speak on the establishment of a charter?
Yeah, so I fully expect you to amend that out of this bill. So that's why I didn't bother talking about it. But yeah, when I did that, it was just an idea to enhance the democratic process. I think important questions like this should be decided by all the voters, not just the few handful that show up on town election day. So putting that question on the November ballot was really what I was after.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good, I was going to say, yeah, almost good afternoon. I have two questions, but I'm sure this time I'm only allowed one. In your comments, you indicated that the charter schools are fully funded from the state, funded from the state, I think was your quote, and not from local property taxes. So if we went to that conversion, it'd be funded from the state. But the charter school currently, I think it's $7,100 it gets from the state versus the $3,700 that local schools get. But it seems to me that that's a very, your conversation is not entirely accurate in terms of charter schools do an ongoing fundraising all the time. And so they're not, you seem to make it sound like, well, the state pays the charter schools and, you know, if we all went this way, then the state would pay for all the schools. That's really not true, because am I correct? The charter schools do a host of fundraising all the time?
Some of them do more than others, but yes, they do supplement with volunteer activities. Not just donations, but also volunteer teachers. Yep. And there's a lot of flexibility that we've given these charter schools that I quite frankly I think every school needs to have. And even if we didn't go this direction, I think our local public schools need a lot of that flexibility allowed to them as well. I suspect that such a commission would come out with a higher number than that 7,100 that is current.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Follow-up?
Yeah, then it's on the flexibility issue we just talked about.
Sure.
And I guess the other illusion, Representative, that concerns me is you indicated that if a local child school doesn't work, then some parents can leave and just start their own. And the process clearly it seems like going back to the old initial pod system. And that statement, although if the child school doesn't work, we just take the parents off and leave and try another child school. That's a huge step. I don't mean try another one. It's not as simple as you're making it sound. If it doesn't work, we'll leave and start our own. I mean, would you agree perhaps that is an oversimplification?
I mean, the same as starting any kind of a business, or Burger King or Wendy's, right? You say I'm going to go open up a Wendy's, but yes, there's a lot more to it than that. And the difference between starting a charter school today under the current environment versus what I would propose is the leveling of the playing field. Right now, you're competing against a local public school that has an endless supply of local taxpayer dollars that a charter school does not have. Whereas if every school were on the same level, then.
Thank you. But I was looking for more of the clarity of your statement that they can just leave and start again. You're just giving the aura that it's easy, and it's not easy. No matter what system you have, it's not easy. We're going to leave tomorrow, and next week we're going to be a new one because our 5 parents get together. It's not a home education thing. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
Representative Pedro?
I just wanted to clarify that this bill refers to establishing a commission to study the transitioning, not the merits of a charter school in and of itself.
Is that a question to me or to the?
Now, that's a comment to the chair. I'm requesting that we adhere to the merits of the bill.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. On page 2, line 2, I was just curious, it does ask for the study of potential benefits and restructuring of all public schools in New Hampshire as public charter schools, and then it also says, or other independent schools. So what would that portion reference?
Again, I was trying to be as open-minded to any possibilities that this commission would come up with. Again, I don't pretend like I have all the answers.
Representative Burton?
Thank you. Just to follow up, just to be clear, do you intend the study committee to make charter schools an either or will it be a local choice on what kind of school the community would like to have, especially if they're as successful as ours are? I'm a New Oyster River School District.
Again, I expect the committee to come to its own conclusion, but I was hoping to see a full conversion of the entire system.
Representative Berkey?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. But this bill that you introduced actually does 2 things. Yes?
Correct. As I mentioned earlier, the first part I suspect to be amended out and
Okay.
I know there's another piece of legislation in dealing with charter school conversion, and I think everyone feels like the subject needs more study.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Good.
Gianna Gelsey?
My name is John Gelsey. I'm from Adbury, New Hampshire. I'm a school board member with the Oyster River Cooperative School District, but I'm speaking for myself today. This may be slightly more lengthy than I had originally intended on the orange card that we put in, so please bear with me. First of all, I just want to point out something that's kind of in general regarding this hearing. I debated when it was going to be appropriate to say this, but I think it's appropriate now because of the comparative lack of attendance that we have in this meeting that I think we otherwise would have had. It had been brought to my attention that members of this committee have been told there wasn't going to be a meeting during school vacation week, and then it was abruptly changed when some people on the committee had already made plans that were either too expensive to change or otherwise non-refundable. I objected to that, and you can see the fact that we don't have that many people here. I don't consider moving that to be in good faith. I think it circumvents due process, and I think it suppresses public participation. I'm a great believer in democracy, and I think this is a bit problematic, and I think it's evident from people who are sitting behind me. So I wanted to open with that because somebody needed to say it. All right, regarding this bill, there's a lot of things that Representative Osborne said that are not true. First of all, funding for a charter school is absolutely coming out of property tax because that is the main tax mechanism that's present in New Hampshire. So it is still coming from property tax. It's separate from because the way the funding is that you can raise more as approved by the community, but there's still a baseline level that's coming out of there. And that money absolutely is removed. If you have somebody who goes to a charter school, that means that adequacy funding from the public school is going to the charter school. So in a way, the public school absolutely is funding the charter school. Secondly, he was saying that the scores were very high for charter schools. Well, you can always have increases in scores when you self-select your students, which brings me to another point. Special education students in charter schools, their cost is funded by the public education system at the charter school. So that's something that's really important when we're talking about funding. Another thing was the idea that you can't move kids from public schools to somewhere else. There's actually an RSA 193 regarding manifest hardship, and there's rules that every school board has for policy to be able to move a child if there's a particular compelling reason to do so, and there's a whole bunch of lists of what those things can be. So the idea that a public school student cannot move to another public school or to a private school or to a charter school is simply not true. We have a mechanism for that. Schools at this time actually still can opt in to being an open enrollment school. At this moment, they can always choose to do so. So the idea that students can't move isn't true. So one of my concerns, the bigger overlying concern with this bill, is that even though it's a commission to study this, the language that's written is clear that the conclusion is really foreordained by the actual language in the bill. And it's very clear from Representative Osborne, the way he's spoken about this before, he is not a proponent of public education. The idea of this is to convert all public schools to charters. I think public charter schools do have a role, but this actually undermines it. Because if you wanted to have those experimental things where people could figure out things, charter schools have that purpose. But one of the reasons they work is because of the rules and regulations that a public school has. You're undermining those. Another component of it is this. Public schools have a lot of local oversight. That's what school boards are. Charter schools do not. The actual idea that they have more oversight is just simply not true. If somebody doesn't like how I do with my job, I don't get elected again. It's that simple. Whereas with the charter board, they're just on there. So this commission, and also would talk about studying it, has an incredibly narrow window in order to do something that is this complicated. I do believe the date was like January 2027. And for something that is this complicated, that has this many stakeholders, that has this many funding components, it's simply not enough time, particularly in the fact that we still have not managed to answer how we actually fund public education at an adequate and equitable level in the state. This does not solve that problem in any way. I'm hoping other people will go to the exact minutia of this bill. But my argument here, and I know that I'm representing a lot of other people who say the same way, is that this is inexpedient to legislate this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Now that this issue of scheduling has been brought up, let's talk about it before we take the next person. I did not promise that we wouldn't have business this week. I did promise that I would try to make that happen. If you look at my scheduling from the very beginning, it was incredibly aggressive, because I was hoping we would be able to take this week off. Had I not done that, we would be here multiple days this week. We have 21 bills that we have to vote on March 2nd. And I have March 4th as well as an emergency buffer. We did not have time for 5 hearings on that day. This is a work week. There's many other committees here that are doing the same thing. Lots of hearings, work sessions, executive sessions. Now, I have bent over backwards to try and accommodate everybody. And the one person I haven't accommodated is myself. And I can assure you that I could use a vacation. And with that being said, we will take the next name. Brian Hawkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Brian Hawkins, representing NEA New Hampshire, here in opposition to House Bill 1358. A lot of my commentary was going to be on Section 1 of the bill, which I understand the sponsor is saying he expected. So I'll just leave you with the fact that that criteria was actually just changed a couple of years ago by a bill from Representative Ladd. And he had exchanged the threshold that was previous for the one that's currently before you. And I think that was in recognition of the, the gravity of making that change. So I'll just leave with that. And then the only two other things I'll just point out for a locally, for a local charter school, one that's established by the local school board. That is funded, while we only have, I think, one or two, those are funded by local property tax dollars, in addition to the state adequacy, different for the state board. And then just for the commission itself, I'd say that's an incredibly short period of time to study such a large issue, and that I did notice that the commission lacks educators on the commission. So with that, I'll happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you for taking my question. I do have a question. I'll draw your attention to the membership starting in section on page 1, section 2. And we're at line 25 and 26. We're talking about the, yes, 25 and 26. Sorry, I just lost my tracking. Do you think that one representative of a traditional public school is sufficient, given that this is dealing with primarily public education and public schools and changes to them?
No, I think this is an incredibly complicated move if you're talking about a statewide requirement. I mean, if you just look at the process, say, for applying to the state board for creating a plan, there's a far more extensive process for doing that for one charter school, let alone converting every traditional school over to a charter school. You just ask the State Board of Education that. They go through this process, and we're still working on, getting that process in a place that I think covers what you need to cover. And so I think both the timeline and the lack of representation here is a problem.
Representative Pedernal?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is it possible that this members of the commission would request information from other stakeholders, and in that way they would be able to receive the valuable information that other organizations would have to offer?
Certainly. I mean, I think, I believe there's a requirement here around a report. And so I think it says something when you don't have an adequate number of voices on the commission itself to be able to not only have dialogue with other commission members, there's a different dynamic when you're sitting where I'm sitting versus being on the committee. And so I think, in my view, it doesn't do justice given the, as I said, the significant change that this would create.
Representative Burton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. My concern with the bill is there's a statement in here that infers that our current school districts are somehow mishandling funds. It says, and well, you can read it yourself, the transition relieves local taxpayers, restore local control, ensure the state education dollars are used more efficiently to benefit students and families. I've been through many budget committees. I've been through school district meetings. Our school districts aren't overfunded, but this implies that we're not doing our job. And I find that quite objectionable. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think that I could probably say a whole lot about the school funding situation that the state is in. I don't agree with, it probably doesn't surprise you, I don't agree with the assessment given by the sponsor. I think it was raised earlier that people are in local communities stepping up, not because they are really excited about paying more in property taxes, but that they understand the value of their local public school, and they take the time to do the research, go to the meetings, and so I think that I wouldn't agree with that statement of purpose there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Murray. Thank you, Madam Chair. I had an interesting thought or a question. I'm just curious, because the commission is looking at such broad changes. If this were to go forward, on page 2, line 9, it talks about potential identifying statutory or constitutional changes, and nowhere in the commission membership is there anyone from the Department of Justice or the AG's office or anything like that that would lend a voice to those sort of changes that might affect the New Hampshire Constitution or the U.S. Constitution. So I'm just curious if that's a gap.
I would say it's a gap. I think it fits in with some of the questions just a minute ago, which is this is an incredibly complicated endeavor, and so to not have some of those voices on the commission, I think you would not have the information you need to issue a sufficient report on a question like this.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Hawkins. Good to see you again.
This afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hawkins. Good to see you again, as it was in the morning.
Yes. Yours is the question before lunch, so just.
Yeah, thank you. We heard today, Representative Osborne made mention that when I was talking about how easy it was to change and his thinking of that, he said, well, you can get volunteer teachers. And I think the current law, I may be wrong, I'm sure the chair knows it better than I think the current law is 50% have to be teachers and certified teachers licensed. The other 50% doesn't. I know a couple of years ago we had 75% people, so oh my goodness. But my question is to you, as you envision this commission, if it went through, and I didn't see anything in the little dynamics, the little piece of things they had to assess, what the impact that would be on professional educators in the state of New Hampshire, as it's not mentioned in here, and we already know that only 50% of charters have that. So I'm not sure DOE is here or not to answer that, because that's a huge question, the licensing certification. But so my question to you, and I say this in all honesty, I recognize you're a representative of the union. I get that right from your orange badge. But my point is, what do you see the implication of that in terms of this bill?
Well, the implication is tremendous, and that's true for whether you are a member of a union and work in a school or not. I mean, just the certification piece is significant, and that 50%, my recollection of the statute is it's 50% or 3 years experience. And I think that's an or if I'm not mistaken. So it is a significant difference. I know I see some familiar faces from the other education committee here, where you've had superintendents come in and talk about, it is a resource drain I shouldn't say drain. It is a resource and time intensive to have when the ratio of educators you have in your school, for example, might be heavily weighted towards site-based licenses, for example. They might need more mentoring, more professional development that maybe they didn't receive. And so, and we're not even talking about people who are on a pathway to licensure here. So, but just another reason why I think you would want that input on a commission like this is just some of those practical effects of how you would ensure that you're not this isn't a detriment to students.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Bricky?
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. This may or may not surprise you. You probably already know that I sit on a school board. I am chair of my local school board, but I also sit on the board of trustees for a charter school. I see, and I used to teach at that charter school actually, and I see a charter school as having a place in the system of education that we have in New Hampshire. If we were to go to all charter schools, do you see that place as being usurped, I guess, as it would no longer be an option for kids who need that kind of different education?
I think that's why it's not just so simple to say that if a charter school were to fail, that it should just close, and then what happens to the students? If we've converted everything over to charter, then those students still need an education. They need a free education, and so I would be worried about the implications for those students.
I do have a different follow-up question. It's not, I think it's for you.
Question?
Yeah, I think it's for you. Do we know how many charter schools provide lunches?
I don't know that.
Could we find that out? I think that might be important. And how, that might be something that needs to be added into, I don't know, part of what the commission would look at. Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Woodcock?
No question. But Chair, I think recalling last year, in the last couple of years, we worked on meals and the funding piece. I think the number was 30.
Okay.
30 and 2 which didn't because they didn't have any facilities. To answer a question.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Deborah House?
But the second part of the motion came from public school.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't have.
They didn't have their own.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Noble and members of the House Education Policy Committee. I'm glad to be here today. Long drive to get here, 3 hours. Yes, I was still in New Hampshire though. My name is Deborah House. I am president of the American Federation of Teachers, New Hampshire. We represent about 3,500 members across the state. Most of our members are in pre-K through 12 public education. And we also represent town employees, city employees, and university faculty in public and private universities. And I am here today to oppose this bill on very strong terms. As has been noted already, this bill does two things. It immediately, upon passage, changes the manner in which charter conversion schools are approved. And we object to that. I'll get back to that in a moment. And it also sets up a study commission. I'll take that up in the second part. It changes the way these schools are approved by changing it from a vote by the school board and the legislative body at an annual district meeting to a vote at the biennial election in November. That is really taking away informed voting and local control. In our annual deliberative sessions and district meetings is the time that your parents, your grandparents, your community members focus on what's going on in their schools. They have a chance to ask their school board members, their school administrators, anyone that comes into those deliberative sessions, detailed questions about what is going on in the schools, focus on what is being done to support student learning, to help the students who are falling behind, how money is being spent, get their questions answered so they can make an informed decision. The decision to change a school, a proposal about changing a school into a public charter school is a big decision because there would be a reason to do it. You want to follow a particular focus on how you're going to teach students. Maybe you want to go to a more developmentally based, play-based learning for your K through 3. That may be a wonderful thing, but it would be a change. All of this might be an appropriate thing, but you want your voters to do that with full information and all of their questions answered. Doing that in the fall when you're competing with everyone, running for all 400 state representative seats, Senate, Executive Council, and Governor, and plus all the national offices, you're not going to have the time to get the focus and get all that information out there, all the questions answered. And by the way, school district deliberative sessions and town voting days are noticed far in advance. They're out there in the weekly papers, all the places that still have weekly papers, and many do. They're online, they're on the town and school district websites. We even get mailings in my town that they're coming up, so you get a notice in the mail. Being a voter is a privilege, it's a right, but it's also a responsibility to inform yourself. There is no reason that you cannot participate and find out what you need to find out and go vote. But you do need the chance to have these community discussions about a big change like this rather than just going ahead and doing it and taking away the chance to have that local community conversation that we have at our deliberative sessions and our school district meetings. So we really oppose that part of the bill that changes how charter conversion schools would be voted on. We also oppose the study commission, not because it's a study commission, but because it's putting the cart before the horse. When the legislature meets its obligation to all public school students to adequately and equitably fund our public schools so that we are not forced in towns to cut back needed services and educational opportunities for our students because our local property taxpayers cannot afford any more, then maybe we can talk about whether we should be looking to encourage more charter schools. Until that point, this is really premature. I can't make it any more plain. We are already facing many districts where student supports are being taken away. I'm talking about supports like reading intervention, supports like after-school intramural sports that keep students involved and engaged in their school and motivated to come to school every day. I'm also talking about property taxpayers like a retired paraprofessional I know who is choosing between, can I afford to get the roof repaired this year, or can I vote for that increase in the property taxes because I know it's important to support our kids in the school. She spent her whole working career supporting the kids on her job, and she wants to keep doing that. But she's got to consider, I know that roof isn't going to last that much longer. When you folks do your job here to fix the school funding, so we're not putting so much on local property taxpayers, then maybe you could have a study commission to look at how can we be a little more innovative and have, some mission-driven schools that meet certain learning needs a little better. But until you do that, this is really premature. And one more thing about charter schools. Charter schools do have their place, but they're not all great. And we can use statistics to tell many stories. I can tell you, statistically it's accurate, that 6 or 7 out of the 10 lowest scoring schools in our state are always charter schools. That is a true statistic. So I'm not saying all charter schools are bad, but test scores don't always tell the story. And you can paint a picture with statistics. I just can't say the word right now, dry mouth. With that, I have put testimony in the portal. I hope you read it. But we do oppose this bill, and we oppose rushing to convert district public schools to charter schools. It needs to be done thoughtfully. It needs to be done with inclusion of parents, students, and teachers, because we all need to have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I am curious to know how the conversation and findings of the Claremont, Conval, and Rand court decisions, Rand being, I believe, the newest decision coming down, which also spoke to a disparity in special education funding. And so in addition to just base adequacy aid not being clearly met, how would that conversation happen in this commission to address those inequities and also then to understand what's happening with the tax impact through maybe the DRA or somebody like that?
So how that would happen in the commission, it would depend, I guess, on the chair of the commission. If you had a full and honest conversation, you would talk about all the impacts and the funding. Again, before you get to a commission saying we should change public schools or charter schools. And one thing I didn't get to, charter schools, as mentioned before, they get base adequacy plus they get a charter school grant on top of that. So they're taking more out of state coffers than a public school. It's currently base adequacy of 4,300 and change, and the charter school grant is 4,900. So they're getting more than double. Plus, as someone else mentioned, a charter conversion school gets 80% of the per pupil funding from the local district. So, yeah. Yep. So they are taking money out of local taxpayers as well, directly. It's not saving money for your local taxpayers.
May I just follow up? And in specific, sorry, I just, so with regard specifically to special education funding.
Yeah, sorry, that's my point.
No, that's okay. That specific area, though, still remains silent in this whole conversation.
It's huge. It's huge. And so that's something that really, as I was writing my testimony for this, and for the earlier one, anyway, as I was writing my testimony for this, it really struck me that a legislature that couldn't even increase the differentiated aid for special education when the average cost to educate a student with special needs is nearly $30,000. And what the differentiated aid is without looking it up in the computer, I'm not going to remember if that's the 2,300 or the 2,700, but it's one of those two numbers. It's so far different. So you're pushing all the rest of that off on local property taxpayers, and you want to suddenly overturn the whole system because someone likes to have free market competition. You're going to take all of those 170,000 students and say, boop, we'll put the rug right out from under you. Nope. And we're just going to do it as state election so that your local community can't have a deep and honest conversation about it first. And they don't even necessarily know they may be still on the hook for 80% of the local property tax funding that's going into the per pupil costs. Too bad. That would really be a shame.
Representative Belcher?
I don't know if I can hold my much longer. I'll try and stay focused. It's like I said, it's been a really long ride down and a really late night.
I do have a question for you.
Okay.
Thank you. Speaking of the first part, because you took objection to the idea of changing the voting method, if you look at right now the voting method, in order for this to happen, in order for a public school to transition to a charter school, first it had to pass this legislature, and then in the enabling legislation, it has to pass the school board, and then it has to go out to the voters for a 2/3 vote. Compare that to a constitutional amendment, which only requires first pass the legislature and then go to the voters for a 2/3 vote. By adding the school board in, it's effectively more difficult than a constitutional amendment. Can you speak to why it should be more difficult to transition a public school to a charter school than to pass a constitutional amendment?
I'm going to just, ask you to think about what I testified to about all of the information that would be shared about what goes on in schools and the ability to ask questions about why money is being spent that way. I think that is valuable information that a community should be discussing before they make a decision like this. And that goes on in our deliberative sessions, and it's available at town meeting days. And people are always able to exercise their right to vote then. I really don't think that we need to change it just for the sake of changing it.
follow up?
If I may, thank you. Well, I think you were speaking to the other part. I was speaking specifically to the part about changing to a majority vote. I wasn't talking about the part about the general election versus the town meeting. If it were to go either way, even if it was a town meeting election, why should it take a more complicated process to change a public school to a charter school than to pass a constitutional amendment, even if it were held on the day of the town meeting day?
The 2/3 vote is because it is a major change in the economic life of that community. This is the rule we have adopted. It's the rule we adopt for many revenue pieces in our legislature as well. Are you saying we should change those all to 50%?
Madam Chair, are we taking questions?
No, we're not.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Woodbury?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm gonna ask you the same thing I asked Mr. Hawkins, and that is clearly you're the voice of public education unions for your AFT members in the K-12 sequence we're talking about. And recognizing that we heard Mr. Osborne talk about the volunteer teachers and knowing the regulation of 50% that I'm sure you do, people in charter schools have to be certified teachers. What would happen in your vision to the educational leaders, the teachers in the classroom, what would be the impact in the classroom? All of a sudden, charter schools came in and was only requiring 50% of teachers being certified.
You would find a lot of teachers being discouraged. You would find they feel that the policymakers here are not supporting their professionalism. You would find that it is one more example of things being done to us without consulting us. You would find it hard to recruit to fill vacancies. You might find those close to retirement deciding that this is enough. So it would be a huge mark of disrespect to the professionalism of teachers. You would find plenty who kept doing their job as long as they could, but it is one more burden you are placing on teachers who are already asked to always work for the good of the students and put their own needs last. And there's only so long you can ask people to do that.
Thank you.
Representative Brickey?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Do you think that that might mean that fewer teachers would then get certified and licensed, and then that might then impact revenue for the Department of Ed?
I think that's quite likely.
Any other questions?
University, teacher training too.
Seeing none, thank you very much. Doris Hohensie?
Good afternoon. I'm Doris Hohensie. I'm from Nashua. We only get to vote at a municipal or a state election in Nashua. We don't have deliberative sessions. So cities are very different. So some of us will have to go to the ballot box without deliberative sessions, without preconditioning. As for the constitutional questions, the lottery money goes to school districts. Claremont goes to public schools, charters are public schools. Anyway, I oppose this bill. It undermines the rights delineated in my city charter to safeguard my local control of schools that I'm forced to fund. In 1853, we formed a charter form of government, included an elected board of education for our schools. We had 11 school districts until 1885, when the state decided we're only allowed to have a single one, regardless of the size of our municipality. Converting local controlled and funded schools into charters gives power to the state. We have no direct elected representation in the charter school with appointed board members. We saw that play out in Manchester when there was a skirmish over appointed board members that were summarily dismissed when they disagreed with the charter school leadership. You can't do that in a school board. You're allowed to disagree. There are many bills that propose to centralize and undermine local control of public schools, starting with EFAs, open enrollment, SAU consolidation, and now conversion of all local public schools into state-approved charters. Does anyone understand the value of a school district enacted in 1805? It was designed to be a decentralized, independent, locally controlled and funded school. There was no state interference with mandates. Some may know that Horace Mann, the founder of the public education system in the U.S., thought this school district was the worst education law ever. He envisioned a centralized school system for the state to mold its citizens. Children are like wax, he said. And this is the opposite of what our founders wanted when they recognized our exclusive rights in the original Article 6 to elect our own public teachers without state interference, to protect us from being compelled to fund objectionable instruction of another persuasion. We need this local control and locally elected board members, not state-approved and funded charter schools. Even the Charlie Act was just virtue signaling. Indoctrination will continue because the bill doesn't address the root cause of the problems. Parents are being forced to fund objectionable districts. Let that sink in. Would you knuckle under to funding ideas of your opposing political party? Why then are you being forced to fund instruction of ideas that we find objectionable? Of what use are inalienable rights of conscience if we can't exercise them in our own schools? When we exercise these rights, if we can't exercise them there, let us leave our objectionable districts, and the ideological problems will disappear overnight. Schools will accommodate parents or lose funding. You take an oath to uphold the Constitution and our rights. Right now, we're leaning towards the Acts of Uniformity again, or the theocracy of Massachusetts, which our founders despised. And here we are with uniformity of state mandates. Look around from state to state. We have the same problems and the same solutions from state to state. History's repeating ourselves because we've lost track of our rights.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Are there any other pink cards on 1358? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing and we will start the next hearing at 1:15. We will open the hearing on House Bill 1804 FN, consolidating school administrative units, making chief school administrator jobs an elected position, and defining education roles. And I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative McGuire.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire, and I represent the town of Epsom. The bill you have in front of you, House Bill 1804, is pretty significant. It changes what we have now, which is over 100 SAUs, into only 12, one for Manchester, which they have one now, and one for Nashua, they have one now. And then the remaining 10 would be one for each county, of which none of those are existing. The bill does it not very quickly. So it makes the head of each of those SAUs elected. Currently, they are appointed by the various SAU boards, but the election would not take place until 2 years from this November, right? So there's plenty of time for adjustments to the bill and so on. I handed out for you, for your help, 4 different documents, and so I'd like to start with the one labeled, "Why Are Schools So Expensive?" So this is an op-ed that appears today in the Union Leader, written by Senator Murphy and myself, and it's meant to sort of motivate this bill, and that's the main thing I want to talk about today. Why do we need to reduce the number of SAUs? And the reason is we're spending an awful lot on them, okay? So I don't know if you remember the governor's State of the State speech, where she talked about how New Hampshire is #1 in this, that, and the other category. One of the places we're #1 in is we are the least taxed state at the state level. So our citizens pay just a little over $2,500 a piece on average in state level taxes, which is 50th of the 50 states, which is fantastic. But when you add in municipal taxes and municipal spending, we are now, there are 30 states who are taxed less than we are. So we are just somewhere in the middle of the pack and not even over the midpoint. And so what that means is clearly we have a local spending problem. And since schools are the bulk of that spending, we have a school spending problem. And this other document I handed out, it starts at the top, per pupil amounts for current spending in public elementary, secondary school system. You see that? It's a big chart by states, total spending per pupil, first of all, just total dollars, but also in all kinds of other categories. It's sorted alphabetically, but the number for New Hampshire, $21,731, that's the 6th highest number on this page, right? So we are the 6th highest spender on schools. And there are states on here that spend half of what we do, less than half of what we do. If you look at, for example, Idaho spends a little over $10,000. Utah spends, same thing, a little over $10,000 a student. We're spending on this list over $21,000, right? So we are spending a lot on education. And what's even worse is if you go to the column, the second to last column, general administration, that's the cost of SAUs essentially, plus the state. We're the highest number on that list, right? So if you add the last 2 columns, which is local school administration and other administration, we're second highest. Only Vermont spends more on administration, but But in the category of the SAU level, which is this general administration, we're the very highest. So we're spending a lot on administration, bureaucracy, what have you. And that's really the motivation for this bill. So you might say, well, you know, we're spending a lot and therefore, you know, we must be getting a lot, right? And the problem is that that's natural to think that, and it's true in the private sector. Generally speaking, when you pay more, you get better quality and you get better service and that sort of thing. But in the public sector, the incentives aren't necessarily there for it to work that way. Some of those states I mentioned at the bottom of the list, Idaho and so on, their test scores and their results are just as good as ours, but you know, like I said, they're spending a lot less. Okay. And one of the ways they spend less is not just in administration, but if you look at the back of this page that has all those states, this is number of schools, districts, and teachers per student, right? So you can see on this is sorted by teacher-student ratios. And on this chart, New Hampshire is the third highest, or third lowest, I guess, state in terms of students per teacher, right? We have 11.5 students per teacher. And some of those other states I mentioned, Idaho 17, Utah 22. So, you know, we just have very few kids per classroom. Only Vermont, Washington, D.C., and Maine have fewer. Okay. But that's part of where the spending is. You can also look at per district or per school. Numbers are similar. Okay. So that's why we need this bill. We need it because we're overrepresented in administration. But the other thing that the bill does, besides just sheer numbers and costs, is it reorganizes a little bit the duties of the different levels. So one thing that we object to, the sponsors of this bill, is that essentially the way our system is set up is superintendents control everything to do with education. If you look at RSA, I think it's 194, which is the duties of superintendents and all about SAUs, they're essentially responsible for everything. I mean, they do curriculum, they do transportation, special ed, everything, including interaction with the public. You would think that interaction with the public would at least be something that school boards would do, but no. So this bill, at the same time it creates fewer SAUs, it also makes it clear that those SAUs don't have an academic role. So things like curriculum, interaction with the public, discipline, those kind of things, we're enhancing local control by putting those into school districts. And the SAU that remains at the county or city level is strictly business-related things, grant writing, transportation, dealing with unions, those kind of service-related things. It's not running school meetings and telling you how to teach and all that kind of thing. So, so this bill is, like I said, it's pretty comprehensive. It will save us money, but I think it will also help because the incentives will be quite different. Right now, our schools are completely controlled by people elected in March. And the problem with that is maybe 1/5 of the number of people vote in March compared to those that vote in November. So maybe 15% of the electorate votes in March compared to 75% who vote in November. And so by having a level a level of administration that's elected by the people in November, they will have some motivation to be responsive to those voters and be more like the state and the counties who keep their costs under control. Whereas the people who vote in March tend to be much heavier on the insiders who don't really have an incentive to control costs. That's not what those elections are about. And so that's also a big difference in the structure of this new design. So let me mention what else I handed out here. There were two other documents. One is I was the chair of a study committee to study this whole situation, and we created a report in November. And so I'm copied for you the main findings of the report. And you can see, for example, on page 3, this motivation of spending going up in this chart and test scores going down. So spending is not related to test scores. And you can read the rest of that. The other thing I handed out, this document from Eric Power. So one of the people who helped with the bill was mainly drafted by myself with help from Senator Murphy and Eric Power. He's the he's the president of this School District Governance Association. It's an association of members of school boards. And so he wanted to be here today, but the weather, he works in much of the month in California, and so the weather prevented him from coming back. So this is his testimony. I won't talk about it, but you can easily read it. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Bricky?
So when you say that,
Representative Bricky, are you planning to testify?
oh, yes.
Oh, I can.
Yep.
Okay.
Nope, that's all right.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I have a couple of questions. First of all, I do see that you had provided us the majority findings. There was a minority report as well. Did you include that, or?
Yes, thanks for the question. I did not. I would assume Representative Bricky or another member of the minority could have made copies of that. I will give the clerk one copy of the full. So again, this is what I gave you was just an excerpt of the thing. I wouldn't expect you to read the entire report. But the full report does have a minority section that Representative Bricky and others wrote. And it also has something that Representative Cordelli found for us, which is quite interesting. There was a study of SAUs done in 1993 by the state school board, and it concluded that we should just simply get rid of them altogether and let the state do that administrative role. And if we had done so in 1993, they calculated we would save $23 million a year. Now, obviously, we decided not to go that way because I think that the counties have something they can add to this, right? Not everybody likes the fact that this is organized around counties, but the reason that I'm very strongly in favor of that is that counties have an existing structure. They have accounting, they have payroll, they have personnel, they have all this sort of thing that can help organize and move the process of getting from here to there along. And they also, as we all know, have their budgets controlled by the state reps in those counties. So they have an organizational structure where the SAU is not the end of the line. There's still some others looking over their shoulders and helping them and so on with their budgets and other things. So I like the fact that there's some control and some oversight and some others to help with the process. And so that's why I'm much in favor of the county situation.
Paula?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the current chair of the Hillsborough County delegation, I'm curious to know whether or not the Board of Commissioners would then have any responsibility or oversight over any of the real estate or anything else that would pertain to this. And the reason I'm asking is because not only does the Board of Commissioners sort of set a budget, they send it across the aisle to us, and then the delegation members do their part with the budget subcommittees, as you know. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And the answer is basically yes. In the same way that the county attorney's budget or the county sheriff's budget or the nursing home's budget, those have people looking over their shoulders, right? So those organizations create their own budgets, but then the state reps on those committees and the commissioners have a say and make a difference. We're not talking about, what I want to be clear is, we're not talking about school district budgets, right? Those budgets, this bill doesn't change school districts at all. And those budgets and how they're formed and that stuff would still be done locally. But we're talking about the budget for the SAU, which, as I've shown you, is the highest in the country, right? So that particular budget is what, so I think there's going to be savings both in terms of economies of scale, because having many bigger SAUs is going to be better in terms of you don't need quite as many grant writers and you don't need quite as many transportation specialists and all that kind of thing. But also there's going to be some oversight of the kind that you just talked about.
Thank you.
Representative McGuire, in the county concept, how do you stop the counties from they themselves becoming bloated? But not just that, because if the SAU is at the county level, now your district schools could end up with more administrators themselves. So how do you stop that from happening?
Right. Thank you for the question. So the law makes it very clear what are functions of the local district and what are functions of the SAU level, okay? And so that is changing a bit in this bill, the way I described, with academics being more local. But much of the administrative sort of higher level functions would still be done at the county level. Your point is, so I'm relying on the fact that the head of this organization, the head of the SAU, which we're not calling a superintendent, by the way, we're calling it a chief administrator, because I don't want them to think that they have an academic role. But that person is directly elected by the voters in the same way that the county attorney is elected, the county sheriff is elected, and so on. And so they will be accountable to the voters, and again, the November voters, the big mass of voters. And so if they're spending too much or not doing a good job, there's some accountability there, right? Whereas now, it's only indirectly via your school board, which elects your superintendents and so on, and your school board only is elected by very few voters. So I think that in the same way we do a good job as the state level, as state reps controlling the state budget, I think that level will do a good job controlling county budgets, controlling this particular budget.
Any other questions? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. My other question is, so am I to understand, would this be pursuant to each county's governance? So for example, would it be an every 2-year cycle in Hillsborough County that you would elect that, you're calling it a title of a chief?
Chief administrator, yes.
Officer.
Yeah. Chief school administrator, I think is what the bill says. Yes, the same sort of thing.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative McGuire, thank you for being here and presenting this bill. I have a couple of questions. Just for my notification, who would actually, in the school district realm, be responsibility? Who would be the administrator? Who would be the person? What would be the title in charge of curriculum and assessment?
Yes, thank you for the question. It's the school board and the principal and anybody they would hire working together. Yes.
But the school board doesn't get involved with curriculum instruction. They set what curriculum pieces are going. They don't actually go down and inspect a classroom. They don't do teaching. They don't do testing. They don't do those types of things. So, I mean, in the normal flow of things that we have now, obviously we have it goes up to the superintendent's office and that with the school board. So I'm going to say, who's in control of the schools there? So you can say the building principal, is that what you're saying? Each building principal can be responsible for that?
Yeah, I mean, you're right that today that role is in the superintendent. But it seems to me, I mean, part of our goal here is to give locals control over their academics and not have it be at the superintendent level, at the administrative level.
Follow-up?
No, just another one.
Another question? Sure.
Yes, thank you. You indicated that I think you said local spending is the problem. I don't know what that 21,731 on your charts. I don't know what makes up that 21,731 because it wasn't broken out in terms of in little pieces. I mean, I see where.
Well, yes, it is.
Cumulatively, it's all the services, but I mean, what they actually do. But I would suggest to you that also local spending is the problem, and i.e. local taxes, and clearly there has to be. I mean, the reality of the connection between revenue and redistribution of revenue to local towns, cities and towns for education is an impact. So the fact that we don't get the state money or more of that revenue into the town, i.e. for property taxes, but that's reality. That's what happens. We haven't done a damn thing for it in 6 years, 8 years, none. But we keep on cutting revenue. But my question is, right now, if local spending is the problem, that local spending is specific to each local school district or each community. So why would a community like Moulton Borough, which has a huge issue, not expensive, but huge local, and Berlin, which is on the other flip end, you're in education funding, is on the flip end of that, right? So, but why would the ones who are more benevolent in the money they have and available, why would they be not allowed to spend as they would choose?
So, thank you for the question, but this bill doesn't somehow constrain local budgets in the way you're talking about. I mean, that's an issue of other bills and other things, right? We've passed bills that allow local districts to put in spending caps and things like that, but this bill is not about that. This bill is strictly about the amount of bureaucratic overhead we have at the SAU level. It really doesn't affect local school budgets in that way, except in the sense that the SAU budget would no longer be a part of the local budget. It would be a part of the county or city budget.
Well, same line of question. I'm just trying to.
Okay, same line.
It's a pretty big bill there.
Go ahead, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. So just so I can get this clear in my brain, we have, I don't know how many Katie, how many school districts we have in our delegation? 8, 10? Okay, so let's say 8. I'm trying to pick her brain. She knows more than me. So we have 8 school districts in our delegation area in our county.
Okay.
So we have 8 superintendents. So you're saying all those people are going to be gone under this bill, and there's going to be one finance officer and one, in this case, administrator who does all that other stuff. So all the people, the transportation people, the special ed coordinator, all those folks are all going to be absorbed into one SAU under this. And who is that person going to hire to get to do all those functions and have that expertise?
Well, thank you for the question. But in general, I would expect, so first of all, you said you have 8 school districts.
Ballpark.
Right, but
county.
there's a difference between SAUs and school districts.
I got that.
Okay, so.
You made 4 SAUs probably. Yeah, 4.
Okay, yeah, so there's under 200 SAUs and there's.
So there's 4 in our district, okay.
I mean, there's about 100 SAUs, maybe 105, something like that. And there's about 200 school districts. So, but the general idea is that county level organization would hire people with the specialties that you're talking about, transportation, negotiations, special ed, all these kind of things. And the person in charge, just like the county attorney is in charge of the local prosecutors in your county, that person would be in charge of this activity, those administrative activities. I would guess, and I would expect, that the people elected to those positions would be from the current group of superintendents or business administrators. Right, so there would be people that currently are running SAUs would decide, I'll run for office and maybe get elected and do the same sort of job, but on a larger scale.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking another question. I do have a question on page 3 of the bill, line 14.
Yeah, I printed it myself. I'm not sure I have the same page numbers, but I think I do. All right. Page 3, line 14.
Yes. It starts on line 14. It's the discussion about powers and privileges.
Yeah.
So my question is, with regard to the DRA and setting tax rates, it does say in line 16 that there is an effort to share tax revenues. So am I understanding that correctly? As the law currently is written regarding SWEPT and also tax rates, would they be sharing revenues collectively among, for example, Nashua and Manchester would sit alone, the rest of Hillsborough County towns would be together? Would there be a concern about a conversation between those towns about which revenues are being applied where?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, this particular paragraph is essentially unchanged from current law, with the exception of putting the word county in there, right? So this is not. I don't think this is going to change much in that sense, right? I mean, there's a whole bunch of places where school in the law that where school administrative unit was referenced, and it has to be changed into county, and so this is part of all that cleanup, right? So notice all the rest of this paragraph is unchanged from current law. The real bulk of what's being changed by this bill and what's new in this bill is starting like on page 10 of the bill, something like that, right? So that's the big part of this bill is repealing RSA 194-C, which is what deals with SAUs, and rewriting it completely. So, yeah, I don't see that section as being somehow problematic.
Representative Pedernal?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I only did some cursory research into the history of SAUs and how we have created so many. But one of the situations I discovered is that in 1996, HB 1615 was introduced, which would have reduced the number of SAUs to the 5 executive council districts at that time.
Okay. Very similar.
However, the Education Committee ITL'd that bill because the committee as a whole had introduced HB 1610, which gave us 194C as we have it now. Did the study commission go into those details about why at that point in time the legislature opted to make it so that the number of SAUs could increase? And then I do have a follow-up to that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I don't think we were aware of that particular effort. I mean, over the years, there's been plenty of this kind of thing, right? I mean, we told you about the 1993 one, for example. So, yeah, I mean, this is not new in that sense.
Follow-up? In 2000, and thank you. In 2024, we passed an SAU consolidation, an SAU incentivization consolidation, yes, something like that, grant. Do you know of any districts that have taken advantage of that, and why not? I mean, it was a per pupil, I believe, $200 per pupil grant to consolidate.
Yes, thank you for the question. I don't think there have, and number one, I think the main problem again is that if this bill passes, and if we're going to, or if we're going to save money at all on schools, right? If we're going to move down the list from the most spendy state in administration or the 6th most spendy state in schools in general, then there's going to have to be layoffs. I mean, people are going to have to lose their jobs, right? I mean, there's no two ways around it, right? I mean, I'll give you an example from my own town. When I moved to town 20 years ago, we have a K-8 school. It had nearly 500 students and 65 full-time employees. And at the time, I remember thinking, well, 65 employees for 500 students, that's like 8 to 1 or something like that. That seems kind of like a lot of employees, right? I mean, can't the teacher teach 20 students or something like that? But the thing is, we had it good then. Today, that same school has 370 students and 110 full-time employees, right? So, this is a ratio of 3.5 to 1 or something like that. I mean, we have two guidance counselors for K-8, So part of the problem here is that schools are largely controlled and their budgets are largely controlled and SAUs are largely controlled by insiders. And insiders wouldn't want to lose jobs, right? I mean, it's not that much more complicated than that.
Thank you. Representative Burton?
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. I see in 1986 the number of SAUs were capped. That was a year after I filed the New Market Freedom Bill to free Newmarket from its SAU because for cultural differences with Fremont and Epping, I think it was. And it went through, and it was the first education committee bill overturned on the floor of the House in 8 years, according to Bill Bushy, who was the chair of the committee, and he informed me of that. And then the next year, Oyster River applied, and Charlie Marson didn't want another bill to reorganize, so he let Oyster River break from Somersworth and Rollinsford. But I did get complaints from some Newmarket people that their costs had gone up. You're really talking about spreading overhead. And a lot of the tasks that you're trying to spread around are still going to remain, and the cost is going to be borne by someone. I mean, you might want to look at state regulations, for example, that costs districts money. But the SAU system itself was sort of cultural. I mean, the Durham, Lee, and Madbury people had certain expectations, and people in Somersworth and Rollinsford, which now has a cooperative agreement with Maine, of all things. The challenge would be, when this would make sense, if in fact overhead costs went down, because the state relieves the school districts of some regulations that cost money to enforce. And that, other than that, what you have to overcome is the legislature, when I filed that bill, responded to the self-rule or the local control issue. And if you can demonstrate that costs will actually go down overall, because the overhead is going to be done by somebody. The other thing in that is, if you take away the central administrative's office, if you don't give them some leverage with the school district, it's not going to work either. And so I'm not sure the model you suggest is politically viable, because the district towns that are in the larger district, like we would be in with Rochester, Somersworth, Stratford County would be huge with disparate interest. But I think if you can find a way to reduce the cost of overhead, that's another approach to this. Did you look into what they actually have to do that's driven by federal and state regulations and laws?
All right, thank you. So I guess I'm having a little hard time finding the nut of that question, but I would say the 1993 study looked at all that sort of stuff in serious detail and came to the conclusion, look, if we had no SAUs at all and just did things at the state level, there would be considerable savings, $23 million at the time, which is a lot of money. You know, I mean, at the time, they were probably spending half of what we're spending now, that kind of thing. So the answer is, there's no question that larger organizations can get more efficient than smaller ones. We have some SAUs, they only deal with one school district that has 200 students, and they have a part-time superintendent that they share with other districts, right? I mean, it's and expecting them to do all the compliance and grant writing and all the other things that administrations have to do on their own is, there's no question that there's inefficiencies there.
Representative Murray. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative McGuire. I do have a question on page 13, line 16, regarding the voters of administrative school units. Starting on 17 specifically, it's talking about cooperative school districts of different counties. And so if I'm understanding the proposed language correctly, there's a possibility that an SAU, a cooperative school district, would have 2 or more administrators because they reside in different counties. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you for the question. There is one of the difficulties, you know, with doing the county level organization and not just strictly combining existing SAUs into standalone entities, right? One way to reduce the number of SAUs is you could simply say, well, we'll take SAU 12 and 27 and 54 and combine them into one. And then we'll take this other group and combine those into one, and so on, and we'll have fewer, right? But I gave you the argument why I like the county level organization, right? Because of the fact that there are more people involved, right? That there's going to be more oversight with the county commissioners, the county delegation, and so on. And I think that's a good thing. Okay, more elected people will be involved at this higher level. So, but it does cause a problem because there are some current school districts that are not completely contained within a county, right? Because they multiple towns, and some are in one county, some in another. So the bill creates a way to ask that school district to make a decision, which county will they go with, right? And then they'll decide, I want to be under X county or Y county. And therefore, the bill also has a mechanism for moving money from one county to the other to pay for that little bit of administration that the one county is effectively giving to the other, right? So that's what that section is about.
Follow-up? Thank you. Okay, so I understand the moving funds between counties piece, I get that. So there would be an inter-county MOU or something?
Effectively, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
And follow-up, if I may. Thank you. And then it says, forward on to page 14 regarding those cooperative school districts, it asks for them to then choose which county chief administrator they would be associated with. Am I understanding that correctly, or is that an incorrect?
Yes. So it'd be up to the school district to say, we want to be Grafton County and, or Coas County or whatever whatever it would be.
Even if there were 2 counties in that matrix, they would choose.
They would choose one. Yes. Yeah.
Any other questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been actually thinking here. So on the practicality of this, I was thinking about yesterday's snowstorm. And how many different communities are affected from couldn't hardly walk till there isn't any snow at all, even within the same county. So in this system, who would call a school off?
Yeah, I think that's a school district thing, right?
Who's in charge of the school district? Who has right now, it's the superintendent has the power to call off schools. So if there's only one superintendent, he's down in the far part of the county, which may be either no snow or inundated with snow. So.
Well, the individual school principals, right, can determine whether their building's going to be open or closed on a particular day.
Right.
No?
So just for reality, have you ever been a school principal?
No.
Okay. So the reality of the school principal calling the transportation for one system, like youngsters in another school building, that principal says, no, we're going. And that's just not going to fly in Peoria. That doesn't work. But you can't do it at the principal level. Because of that, because kids are split between 2 or 3 schools, middle school, elementary school, different principals. But I mean, just that's a practicality reality. The other question I have is,
All right.
Sure.
May I answer?
Sure.
Yeah.
So, as I've shown here, there are plenty of states that have snow and have much bigger SAUs than we do. Right? I mean, it can't be an impossible problem.
No, that's probably true. May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Another follow-up, sure.
Yes, and close, yeah. So if I want to go back to the academically successful, affluent community, that we make a lot of money, we have a low evaluation, we have high property, taxes are pretty darn good, and our kids are being very successful. We have exactly what we want. Why would we possibly want to turn over the control of how we can talk to the school, talk to the principal, and change the system that's working well for us now?
Well, thank you for the question. But again, the performance of the school, the academics of the school, this bill makes it more local, not less, right? So it makes the administrative tasks, accounting, grant writing, et cetera, it makes that at a higher level, right? More combined. But I guess in my mind, those tasks have little to do with performance and academics. So by comparison to curriculum and other things, that this bill moves more to the local level than it is today.
Well, my final one, if I may.
You may.
Thank you. Final one.
Okay.
Until he sets me off again. The final one. If I am a school district, I want to go back to the affluent, or the one that has special ed issues. And what I see the concern is now is where do parents go to voice their concerns? Because they go to the school principal, he clearly can't, or she can't, eliminate the transportation problem, the snow call problem, the special ed problem. And they all go to the one person in the state. I mean, I understand the schools that you believe are the administrators are too expensive. I get that. I can see the math concept here. I mean, obviously, most budgets, 85% of personnel, so if you cut those, you cut your money. Not to mention, if you had more revenue coming back from the state, it wouldn't be as a bigger issue. But that being said, I go back to the towns whose parents are happy the way they are because they have the local contact. They may not have the election turnout you like it much. They have local contact. They know they can call the school board and get this taken care of. They know they can talk to the superintendent and get this taken care of. They can get those issues taken care of. And I understand, honestly, Representative, why I would want to give that up. I'm not one of those towns, by the way, but why would I want to give that up if I was?
Well, thank you for the question, but I don't know about your district, but my district, property taxes are through the roof. So this is a way to save money, but it's also a way, like I said, of getting, you said when somebody has a problem, what the current law says is interaction with the public is at the superintendent level. To me, that makes no sense at all. I've elected my school board, and if I have a problem with my school, don't I want to go talk to my elected official at the school board, just the way people who have problems with state law come and talk to us, right? Why having them talk to the superintendent because they have a local problem and have that superintendent being a buffer between the school board and the parent and the constituent? It's like if we said, well, anytime you have a problem with state government, go talk to the speaker's office, right? Don't talk to your state rep, right? I mean, it doesn't make any sense, right? So
this is, may you respond to that? This is very important. Very important. Last one, I promise. Last one. Very important.
Last one, Representative Woodcock.
That is the whole point. That is the whole point of the superintendent, that those people respond to that because they can fix the problem. The superintendent is in control of those issues. That's the whole point of having a local superintendent, so that they can deal with the local community. They are the voice. Okay. School boards do policy, superintendents do process and procedure. We're not going to go to school where 6 people may never ever been in education. Nice people, doing a great job, but they don't know all the intricacies of that. They can't call the superintendent. If there's some person in that, I don't care what you call them, but in that district, if there's someone the parents can go to get problems solved, and they're not going on to the county.
all right, thank you for the point, but I guess we're just going to have to disagree about that.
Okay, we do then. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leads.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative McGuire. We have so many different legislative efforts going forward this year, whether it's open enrollment or dissolving certain things. So I'm curious to know whether or not, if this were to also move forward, how would those interact with one another? And then how would we also fund portions of SAU administrative costs that are sincerely quite different than the county deals with on a normal everyday basis, like legal, for example. Education law is very specific. So when you're talking about establishing these at the county level, who would be responsible for creating that fund to, or where would that monies come from rather, to be able to support those types of jobs?
So thank you for the question, but in general, I think that a large organization has a better chance of hiring specialists for dealing with like legal issues and so on. They might be able to have their own attorney, for example, in this organization, whereas right now, with 100 different organizations, maybe they have to hire somebody outside, right? They might have a fraction of an attorney for dealing with their issues. So I think it would help in that sense to they would have more local resources or more of their own resources because it's a bigger organization. So I guess I don't see that as being an issue. One thing I will say, okay, I've had people come to me and say, well, the problem with my county is, you know, this half is completely different than that half, and therefore we should have two, right? One for there and one for there. One thing that the bill does is, so this is a big policy change. I recognize it. It's not something that's going to happen tomorrow, even if the bill passes. It's something that's going to happen 2 to 3 to 4 years from now, right? And so one thing the bill does is have an oversight committee to deal with specific problems and specific law changes and tweaking the law to make it work for individual circumstances. In municipal law, we very commonly have special circumstances. There's special laws just for Manchester and special laws just for a particular county, things like that. And so I think that if the bill passes and the counties start thinking, okay, let's plan for this responsibility that's coming to us, and maybe for me, I need something special, right? Then they can come to their representatives and maybe have 2 in their county if they want, or 3, or some other number, right? It doesn't have to be exactly, you know, a bill this big. And really everything we do changes all the time, right? I mean, we tweak it, we improve it, we get experience and so on. And I think that's going to be true here because this is a new thing. It's very big. But once it's in place, then all the other people that are involved will start thinking about it and will start saying, well, in my particular circumstance, I think we should do X, and they'll come to us and make the case and so on. So, you know, I don't want to get hung up on, you know, specifics of it doesn't work in this corner case or this particular thing. You know, those kind of things can be worked out over time is the way I see it.
Follow-up. Thank you. And to the best of my understanding, so I did see that you have this oversight committee and not a commission, and I understand the difference between the two, and I'm sincerely asking why you wouldn't prefer a commission when this involves so many entities that are outside of the legislature.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's because I like the fact that the legislature is setting policy for the state. The legislature, we are the most representative body is essentially in the world. I mean, 400 reps for such a small state. And so people who have problems and points of view and so on, get them heard here in a way that in a way that's not true in a commission, right? Commissions, well, that would have insiders, would have their own particular, their own particular self-interests. And that's what I kind of wanted the general interest, which is what representatives and senators and so on have, to prevail.
Representative Dry.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So I don't know if other people have this question, but I want to clear it up. The chief administrative officer is the only elected thing. If there were assistants or anything, that would not be elected.
That's true.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll give the clerk, like I said, it's a copy of the full report that includes that 1993 thing. And so you can easily, it's online also, but you can easily.
Thank you. Representative Ladd? Oh. Representative what? I said Ladd, but if you want to refer to, either one, you had your card in first.
Well, thank you very much, members of the Education Policy and Administration Committee. It's a pleasure being back here. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I'm a representative from Haverhill, New Hampshire, and surrounding towns around Haverhill, including Woodsville. For the record, my background is that I was a teacher for 4 years, elementary teacher, then went on to school principalship, worked in a number of states, several states, distinguished national principal for the country. And now I am here working in education and continuing what I believe is a very, very important job. I put down on my pink card that I definitely support the intent of consolidation, but I have concerns and issues with the bill as it's written. It reminds me of being in the military when I was in the artillery overseas and we were trying to hit a target, so we'd bracket the target and eventually we'd get to that target. That's sort of what we're doing right here. One of the driving motivations behind consolidation is to show lower administrative costs through economies of scale. And if you look at all the research out there, the economies of scale can be achieved with small-sized school districts. For example, if I were to combine a Warren and a Wentworth, 1 mile apart, 2 K through 8s, populations under 100 students in each school. Obviously, there is room for a consolidation there. But when you get to the larger school districts, you got to look at some other factors. You look at geography, you look at those impacts dealing with how those critical considerations, situational things, dealing with decision-making, behaviors, and outcomes you're looking for. One size fits all. You can't paint this thing with one brush. We've got to look at the uniqueness of this state. Now, I come from Grafton County, and the last speaker, the prime sponsor bill, mentioned the issue of a county being divided in 2 parts. That's Grafton County. When we're looking at the area of Lebanon and Hanover and comparing that to Littleton and Haverhill, Woodsville, it's like light and day and night. It's in terms of median household incomes, one level $150,000 a year, another one $56,000 per year. You're looking at property values, look at the economics of the situation. You're looking at all that, and it's different. And when we're looking at Grafton County in terms of the delegation, which I've served on now for 18 years, when it comes to voting for the county sheriff, it goes right down party lines, right down party lines. And you may get a person that doesn't have any experience in sheriffing, but it goes down party lines. And that's what we have going on. I don't want to see that in education. I don't believe we should be every 2 years considering another chief school administrator that's going to handle our school administrative affairs. Or do we want it to become a political job? Education's not supposed to be that, but it will become that. There must be another way of doing this and having consolidation without having the decisions made of who we're going to elect and who we're going to hire at that level being that done by the county. Now, looking at the bill, getting beyond that part right there, beyond the 2-year political appointment, I'm concerned about the terminology of supportive services. What are supportive services? Is it special education? Is it business management? Is it supervision of personnel? Is it transportation? Is it food services? Is it grant writing? Is it collective bargaining? Contractual agreements? School scheduling? All this. It's all interactive. For example, if you're going to be hiring at the SAU level, special education people, which come down to the local school district to provide that service, who's going to do the evaluation and supervision of those personnel while they're in the school? Is somebody from the SAU going to come down and evaluate these people? They're on a different contract. They're on a totally different contract than the people working in the district. Or is it going to be the school principal? Those are questions we should be asking in all this. Transportation. Is transportation going to be controlled at the SAU level? What happens when teacher A here wants to go on a field trip and needs a bus? How's that going to be handled? Are you going to go ask SAU, Mother, may I? Or is there going to be some arrangement where we can get a field trip done quickly and get the kids down to Concord here for the 4th grade? There's many, many issues here that are interactive and services are shared, but we need to have it identified how we're going to do that. I was a school principal for a number of years. And with that, my background is that I had to, in order to get my licensure in teaching, I had to teach in that particular state 4 years. That was in Maine. That was a qualification for them becoming an administrator or a principal. Principalship is a license for principalship, not for school administrator. Now, what we're going to be doing now by taking the superintendent out of the local school district, who's going to be making these decisions? Who's going to make all these contractual local decisions with that school board? Who's going to be doing the supervision and the leadership in the school? Who's going to be working with the community and doing the community outlook? Who's going to be working with parents? Who's going to be doing curriculum and instruction? Who's going to get in the classroom and ensure that the teacher, that's a new teacher, gets all the assistance he or she deserves and needs so that kids can receive the services of that teacher in future years? That's the job of the principal. If you're going to unload another package of management requirements on the principal, get ready. You're going to have more personnel hired down at the local level. You're going to have it. You're going to have burnout of principals. And a principal is the key to our success. The key to success in schools today. Leadership and supervision sets the tone for everybody inside those classrooms. If you can get that established like the principal did just recently up at Woodsville High School, he has those teachers, those kids right in his hand because he's a good leader and he believes in good, strong curriculum development and professional development. I believe strongly that we need to be looking at this very, very carefully to ensure that we're not going to tear down something that we have. And I do agree 100% with the representative that just presented to us. We need to do something about consolidation. 109 SAUs in the state is just too expensive. We're never going to get cost efficiencies by looking at that. On page 4 on line 29, there's a part in the bill which says school boards with input from school principals shall be responsible for election and supervision of principals. So the principal's going to be working with the election of principals? I don't get it. It seems to me conflicting language. And I think that when we're looking at the principal now, also looking at election of all other administrators, we have folks in the schools today that might be called dean of this or dean of that. We have people that might be athletic directors, which are so-called administrators, but they're not recognized in licensure as an administrator. We are putting a new terminology in the law here, which we have no licensure to cover. And I am concerned that anybody we're going to be putting in charge of finances must have a very comprehensive understanding of school law, school finance, and school policy. It can't be a 2-year stint where you're on, you're off, you're on, you're off. These people that are working at the SAU, it could be a PE teacher. A PE teacher could be at the SAU level and going down to 3 or 4 different districts, small schools, and serving as the PE teacher. They can't find a PE teacher right now in Warren, so they're having to work a deal with Plymouth State. So in conclusion, I would say I look at this with caution. I look at this bill with, it provides us the tool to start talking about how we are going to consolidate. In the last year, we went from 107 to 109 SAUs. We grew by 2. We're supposed to be going the opposite direction, folks, and we're not. And the reasons why we went the opposite direction this time is the people in that particular town wanted to see their achievement scores get better. And so I'll wrap it up right there. I think 1804 is a path forward. However, I think it also needs more work in terms of how we do this. Consolidation and looking for these efficiencies of scale are absolutes, which we have to do. If not, we're not going to be succeeding with our education program in the state. It's become too costly. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I did have a question regarding a couple of things. One of them specifically with special education funding and also and/or IEP meetings. So I was curious to know whether or not the chief administrator in the county would be the entity overseeing the special education funding, and then would they be distributing it out to the membership towns? Or do you have any indication of how that might work?
If we're looking for efficiency of scale, the special education director for that SAU would be located at the SAU level. That person then would have oversight of staff within schools or oversight of people at the SAU. That's not defined within this bill. How you provide, we have what, over 32,000 kids with IEPs in the state. And of that, we have about 890 of them, which are the high occurrence student, which is special education aid. But the majority, the vast majority of students are ones in the local district with an IEP in one of those 13 categorical areas. Many of those people that are in the school district where that is occurring are hired under the local contract. However, there are some places in the state where it may not be like that. They may be hired by the SAU, so they're under a different agreement. And so this is a very complex issue, and this just points to the fact that we need to resolve this here before we step into and get over our heads with a program which we don't have definition for in some aspects.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here to have the testimony and take my question. I just wanted to ask about the political part, the election part, because you said you don't want to see that become politicized. However, does the bill not direct those sort of policy decisions now? It lowers them to the level of school board, so they would no longer be in the hands of the superintendent or the chief. Does that ease any of those concerns, or do you not think those should be devolved?
Representative Belcher, that's part of it. You know, the local district's going to have their policies. Then the SAU is going to function on the policies that they have. So the way they relate to each other, there's going to have to be some shared understandings. You know, for example, like take a school calendar, for example. We develop school calendars at the local district level, but then all of a sudden we got to get in regard to the regional agreement for the career technical education centers. We have to be aligned there. We're only allowed to have 10 non-aligned days in that calendar. Now when we have it done at the SAU level, if it's there, it's going to be very, very difficult to do this. And earlier we had some discussion of who would call it snow day. In the 30 years I was a principal in Alaska, we never called a snow day ever. We went to school. We called one day off, and that's when Mount Rudolph blew its top, and we had ash in the air. And we had to, the buses wouldn't run with all that ash circling around. So I think the principal is very capable of handling that requirement. But that you ask a good question, and I think that is something that the politics is something I would try to avoid. And you never clearly avoid it. You can see it even on your local school board. But I think that if we really truly want to really improve our educational system, we need to get away from the peripheries and get into this bracket, this thing I talked about, and find that common ground and move forward. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Ladd, for taking my question. Similarly as to the question about elected, I think you said principals. On page 9, I also noticed that same conversation about elected individuals starting on line 22. It also says that school principals shall nominate and school boards elect all teachers employed in the schools in their school district. So I was curious, am I inferring correctly that the teachers would then also be elected, or is the comprehension not right there?
Well, the way it works right now is in the places I've worked, is the principal says, I got a job opening. You write the job description and you invite applicants. You look and you review those applicants. Then you make a recommendation to your superintendent who takes that to the school board. That's the way it would work. Now, in local districts now, the principal would be doing the interviewing and the recommending to the local board. There would be no person there to do that. But without that person there, there's something we're missing here in this puzzle here. In fact, who's going to evaluate the principal? I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, thank you. I do agree with your premise and Representative McGuire's premise that the general administrative services and costs of districts can be consolidated somehow. And maybe that's the issue where we get school to work more on that. But I have a real concern, having spent many years as a teacher and a principal like you, although I never called off school. Of course, they came by dog sled up there. Back here in the United States, I didn't have to do that. But Rick, on the school, my concern on the school board is the way this is set up. I mean, everything, all the times I've been involved with school board, whatever capacity, even have been on one for 20 years, that's policy. That's policy. Now we're bringing them into the realm of being implementators, overseers, supervisors. And I have a real concern that, no disrespect to the school board, but those folks aren't trained or in that. And that's not their job. They don't, I'm not sure they even know what they're looking for. But if you brought them down to be the school level administrator, basically overseeing principals to that directness like that. So I don't know, I know you've been around the whole tilt here. What do you think on that realistic terms? Is that even going to possibly work?
It's putting a lot on the school boards. You're getting also into confidential matters regarding staff that are working in the schools, which I think that you'd be very hesitant in getting into with a individual board member,
Right.
And without, doing it properly.
Right.
I think you raise another point that must be considered. How we address the issues of the relationship of the school board members to the building principal. We've always had the superintendent there, and the superintendent is trained in areas that a principal doesn't. My master's program, I was very fortunate. I did get a lot of finance in that program. That's not typical, though. Most of your master's programs for principals are curriculum, leadership, supervision, that orientation. The other side that is all reserved for the administrator, the superintendent, is the payrolling, tax rate setting, that area.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Seeing none?
Thank you very much.
Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members, for your patience. This is a very lengthy thing. I'm here just to give you a couple of minutes. Change is difficult. I've watched it happen in this legislature for 36 years. I had a couple of projects that took me 10 years to complete. At first, you're crazy. A couple of years, I think I heard of that before. Finally, after about 5 attempts, I voted for that before, and it passes. This is the same thing. I put in a bill similar to this a couple of years ago. It kind of died on the committee. But we have more driving force behind this change than ever. The property taxes are out of control. The school spending is out of control, and that's the cause. People are getting ready to leave their houses where they've lived for years because the property taxes are driving them out. People who want to buy the house can't buy it because the property taxes make the payments too high. We've got to do something. I support this. There's also, I think it's at least 13 other states that do the superintendent per county. So my suggestion would be, if there's a number of you, go to legislative research, ask for the 10 or 13 copies of the laws from those other states, pass them around among yourselves, each one read one thoroughly and decide which one you like, have a discussion about the other states' laws and see what they work. I think this can be worked out. We've heard things before that were impossible, but somehow they worked out and we're better off in the long run. That's what we've got to do on this. We've got a lengthy time in this bill, so it gives us time to think about it. And as I say, research the other states. If it's working well in at least 13 other states, then why can't it work here? Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Weiler, for taking my question. I am curious, given the fact that we also have still yet to address adequate education funding to our schools, how we would continue to make strides to meeting that, given I know you serve on finance as well, but like our revenues have not been fantastic this year, but making a huge substantial change such as this, and then making strides to meet our obligations to fund both education and special education adequately, and then empower counties to have appropriate funding as well, how that would happen.
Our spending is out of control. The people that get elected as superintendents don't care about spending. They just can't see enough. And I've talked with some, I wish I had more money. That's all I hear from. Whereas we elect people in the county that are responsible for all the voters, and I would vote for the person that said, I think I can bring efficiency to this operation. I think we're overspending. You got my vote. Because if you bring in, and we shouldn't bring in someone with a PhD in education, maybe we should bring in a CPA or somebody with an MBA to run this, because what they're doing is comparing, and especially if they have a big enough operation like a whole county, you can look and see and be comparing constantly. Gee, one of the things my daughter and grandson that work in the local school tell me is people get moved on who can't even read. She says she has kids in the high school that are barely functioning at reading, but they keep moving them along. And that's why schooling is so expensive. That's why I spend so much money, because some things have to, and that's why our accomplishments aren't better, where you could have a person that sits there and say, wait a minute, this method of teaching reading over here is not as good as what's doing over here. Why don't you swap and take a look and try a different method? Because you're looking at maybe 10 or 12 different ways of teaching reading. Which one's working the best? Why? Bring all those people in and try to get together. It's going to be a lot of cross-pollination that wouldn't take place otherwise with a superintendent that looks at a whole county. And I like looking at the big picture and being the person responsible and going in there with the idea of making it more efficient, which no one ever looks at in running a school. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. May I have a follow-up and a question for you? I looked at the fiscal note that we have. Do we have an updated one by any chance?
Not that I've seen.
Okay. And I guess that leads me to my follow-up question then. Given that we have all of these needs to fund our schools appropriately, do you not see this as a potential for further downshifting at this point to our counties in addition to our local property taxpayers? So now we have because they are absorbing a new responsibility as well.
What I've looked at consistently is the number of students going down and the number of staff going up. It makes absolutely no sense in any organization to run an organization like that. Why do you keep adding staff when those you serve are decreasing? And that would be the first thing someone with a thought to efficiency would look at. Oh, well, we lost a lot of kids, so we just downgraded every class. We used to have 15 students per class. Now we're down to 12. What sense does that make? That's happening everywhere. Why don't you start combining some of these classes? Why did you hire more administrators? What was the sense of that? That's what's happening. And somebody could look at that. So everybody was talking about, oh, more school spending, more school spending. They're driving it from the wrong way, because school boards just can't spend enough. They don't ever think about efficiency. I know people that's gone on school boards and get outvoted by every time because they say, we were paying for people that didn't exist. Well, we're trying to hire somebody for that, but we put money in the budget. Well, you've been trying for 3 years and you still haven't found anybody, but you still put the money in the budget every year. What sense does this make? But I've seen it happen.
Are there any other questions? Representative Woodcock.
Well, thank you for being here. I do share some of your concerns, particularly the vacancy in the staff every year in the budget. But one of the points that you were talking about, 13 states currently use this. And you're the math guy, not me, but that's about 25%. So my thinking is out of 25%, 75% of the states aren't using it. And they're doing well, or maybe doing well. So there's a reason why 3 out of 4 states aren't using this type of system. I'm not suggesting it doesn't fit here. I'm just suggesting that's the reality of it. But I just want to have step in 1 second for your comment on the property taxes are exorbitant and putting people out in housing and the median price and so. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. But us, as you, as back down in Kingston or Hampstead, down in southern New Hampshire, wherever that place is, and us up here, we both get the same thing when you go in, geez, my taxes are too high. But I also get, how come the state's not giving us any more money to help us with our school costs? Help us with, I'm not suggesting the school budget, we can't afford to live here, but the state has done nothing except cut revenue, and they have done one thing for the average student. Granted, they're helping a little bit on plus accuracy, but so how do you answer that? I mean, how do I answer that? We say, how do we do it? How come the state?
Our first tax cuts were successful in keeping the revenue going up. We cut the property, we cut the business taxes, and what do you know? The business taxes went up. That went on for a few years. Then we had such a disaster between COVID and the record inflation under Biden that it really screwed everything up. It put us on a new track that we'd never been on before. People's wages weren't going up, but their prices were. And I'm hoping we can get back to some normalcy. And this might be a way to do it, to try to look at why did we allow these school boards to keep this spending going and going, keeping higher? Because they increase the spending every year and then come and say, you don't give us enough money. You spend too much. And you're not being governed by a person with a sense of economics. You're just being, oh, well, it would be nice to try this for the kids. It would be nice to try that for the kids. What is it going to cost? Where's the money going to come from? We need to cut the budget. When you get up and say cut the budget, oh, we'll cut out sports, we'll cut out this, we'll cut out that. That's not the way to teach. You could put more kids in a class. You could separate them. I mean, years ago, I remember they tried something in my class when they had 5 different, in my town, they had 5 different first grades, or third grades. And they did them by A, B, C, D, E. A was the ones that were really fast learners and they were doing well. And as you went down each one, and all they had to put up with was, my kid shouldn't be in C, they should be in B. And that was a constant outcry all the time at all the school board meetings. Why is my child in C? I want him in B. Because it became a kind of a thing. Well, my kid's in A and yours isn't. I mean, this is unrealistic, but that's the way it goes. And people not looking at outlooks, they're just looking at how does it affect my neighbors and me relationship. I mean, that's the kind of thing we got to put up with.
Oh, follow up.
Thank you. But the question was, how do we tell the people back in our towns why the state hasn't helped support property tax by increasing the amount of the average cost to send back for each student in the public school over the last 6 years? And I understand your comment about Biden. I can say the same about groceries under Trump, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what is my answer to the people in my town? Why hasn't the state helped?
We've given about the same percentage to education as we always have. When we expected a decline in that spending, we have 2 kinds of populations. One is decreasing and one is increasing. The school population is going down. The elderly population is going up. I went to the county meeting this morning saying, we need more money in Medicare or Medicaid. Why don't we get more money in Medicaid? Good question. That's where the population is going up and this population is going down. But yet we're spending more money on the declining population. Where do you see any sense to that? As a person that's doling out money, I can't in good conscience give you more money while you're teaching fewer students.
Thank you.
So
thank you, Madam Chair.
I think we can probably talk about funding all day and into the night. So let's try to stick to the bill, please. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative. I do still need to somewhat touch on funding because it is going to impact the county budget. So with all due respect, there have been a myriad of funding streams at the state level that have been cut and removed altogether when we're talking about business enterprise taxes or I&D, what have you. So there are significant amounts of funding that are missing to be able to apply those, whether it's to the general fund or the education trust fund. And I am curious to know how that will impact our counties as a result if this bill goes forward.
This money will come from the same source it always has, as the source for county funding. County funding comes from property taxpayers. It's about 4% of the property tax that most of us pay. And then the school, the town and city services in most of the small towns, about another 10 or 11, 12% goes for that. Whereas over here, there's 80% going for the schools. And all they can do is say more, more, more. It doesn't make sense to a person doling out money.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your patience. This is a pretty lengthy hearing.
Oh, it's really great policy.
You're right.
Gianna Gelsey.
Okay. So I'm John Chelsea. I live in Madbury, New Hampshire. I'm on the Orse River Cooperative School District School Board. I'm here speaking for myself. One of the things I can see from listening to this hearing is that we have a gross misunderstanding and what I would consider to be a catastrophic ignorance of how public schools work, how school boards work, and the role of the expertise in superintendents. And it is patently clear in the language of this bill. And it's patently clear on the testimony of the people who came before me. So I'm going to do my best to see if I can clarify some of those things that I know that some of the other members of the committee were trying to talk about. I apologize for being blunt here, but it's kind of how I work. First of all, one of the things I keep on seeing is the idea that public schools should be viewed as a marketplace. Public schools are a public good, and they should be viewed in that lens. If you're competing, you're putting competition with students against each other, that doesn't go for good outcomes for all of them. So changing the lens in which you're looking for something is really important. As other people on the committee actually said, this particular Representative Murray is pointing out that, again, even though we're in the policy committee, this bill does not address the funding issue we have with schools. It doesn't address it at all. It actually fundamentally makes it worse because we're not talking, all this stuff is on property tax, and we're not talking about the ability of people to pay it. This doesn't address it. It doesn't talk about adequate funding. It doesn't talk about equitable funding, and it does not address those things. I agree that we could always decrease some costs, like we could try and find a way of having efficiencies. I absolutely 100% agree with that. And actually one of the things is that the comment from the person previously that superintendents don't care about costs and school boards don't care about costs, that is absurd. And school boards are elected from the populace, which means that those taxes that we're setting are affecting us as well. So of course we care about them. It is absolutely the top thing that we're thinking about when we're setting those school budgets. Because we're aware of trying to keep people in the town. I personally love to be able to make sure that the teachers in my district are in my town. And right now, a lot of them can't be. There's no way they could be in our district with the cost of living that's in our district unless they have a dual income. So yes, it absolutely concerns me. And so people keep talking about, well, where are these costs coming from? How are we going to be addressing this cost? Why is this so much money when the number of students has gone down? Because so many more costs have been put onto school districts. Retirement funds. Oh, those were added on 10 years ago. Healthcare costs have increased. I'm sure everybody's noticed that. This year for our district, it was increased to 12%, which is tiny compared to the 20-something% that the other people had around us. We were lucky that we had a good renegotiation in healthcare. That is not a cost that we control. Every year, there's an incredible number of unfunded mandates that come from this legislature that we have to do. That is a huge driver of administrative costs because somebody has to deal with it. If you're changing K-8 ELA programming, you have to work with administrative costs to figure out how you're going to do that. A lot of the cooperation has happened in my school district, talking to administrators of other districts to try and actually, to spread out those costs so everybody's doing it so you're not redundant work, which of course would cost more money. Huge changes in the 306 regulations, all of which were unfunded. So those are huge drivers of the costs. Everything went up. Everybody notices this. Your grocery bills went up. The grocery bill for your school district went up too. Papers, pencils, paper, new curricula, everything goes up. So those are the huge drivers in the cost. It's not irresponsibility or stupidity or any of those things. Everybody's trying to bring those costs down. So yes, we could talk about consolidation of some things, and there are economies of scale that we could absolutely agree with. But consolidating it into like a county level, it's simply too large. I think we don't understand here what superintendents do and the value of their expertise. Most of these people have a doctorate. They have to be qualified to do it. They have to have all those levers of expertise to do it. And you're absolutely right in something. Your general school board member does not have that expertise. You start developing it. I mean, I can tell you, I have learned a lot, and you have to learn quickly. And your best school members are the ones who actually have a very good ability to learn quickly. But they're not a superintendent, and ask them to be a superintendent just do the function of a superintendent or be the hiring committee for a principal is simply not true. And again, other people have said this too. School boards are policy. We don't do the administration. Now, that being said, of course we hear from the constituents all the time. The idea that people are only talking to the superintendent isn't true. I get emails every day. I'm very controlled and careful about how and if I respond to them because I'm one of 7, so I cannot speak for the board. Just like I'm here, I'm only talking about myself. I cannot speak for the board. I cannot discuss a policy decision outside of a public meeting. I can't voice my own opinion without that being part of the rest of the board. So I do have to be careful in how I answer those questions. But I can't walk through town without people asking me questions. And that's totally fine. But I absolutely am responsive to my constituents, and so I am listening to them. So going back to that, the consolidation into the counties just doesn't serve the people. It's too much work for one person. And I'm actually not even sure. No, I actually do not think it would really decrease administrative costs, because all those things that a superintendent has to do, they're able to focus on them at the district level. I mean, you can have multiple districts, but it's usually controlled. If you have it that big, the school administrator cannot have enough time as an individual to go into each building and see what those needs actually are. Student needs are different, building needs are different. All those things have to be assessed somewhere at the administrative level. So what would you do? Well, you'd have this county-wide school administrator, right? You're going to have like, depending on how big it is, how many kids are in it, you're going to have 10 assistant school administrators. So how would that decrease the cost? And the next part is regarding electing a superintendent. School boards strive to be nonpartisan. Education absolutely should be nonpartisan. It's for the public good. If you make it an elected position, it isn't. And it would really undermine our ability to do the work and also to make sure that we have a qualified person in there. I could go on and on, but I just really wanted to give you the point of view of a school board member. I'm not sure there's anybody else here today, but we understand what this is possibly trying to address with the idea of costs, which are very high, and we're very cognizant of it. But this bill just doesn't do it. And honestly, it's by design. I'm not fooled. This bill isn't actually about helping public education or even serving the cost. It's just to destroy it. The purpose is to destroy public education, and I'm calling it. So I vote for this thing to be inexpedient to legislate. I don't think this bill is even fixable with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here to take my question. I just want to try to nail down, because you suggested that if you elected that position of chief administrator or superintendent, it would be nonpartisan, which would be catastrophic. And you said that the
I'm sorry, that was a misinterpretation. If you elected a superintendent, it would become partisan, and we would strive to have it be nonpartisan.
Yes, I think that's what I was saying, but I was not quite finished. So you said that if you elected that position, it would be then a partisan position, but you said that school boards strive to be nonpartisan, but school boards are an elected position. Can you give me that understanding?
School boards are meant to be nonpartisan, which is actually why when you see some of the school board members on the ballot, there's no party designation for school board members. In our district, one of the things we actually said is we have a forum so people can ask questions. Actually, our student senate at the high school does ask those questions. Community members can ask questions so people can evaluate it. But school board members don't have to have the level of expertise a superintendent has. So even if you can have a different point of view, it's not reflected by your expertise. A superintendent actually must have expertise in schooling, education, curriculum, how students learn, budgets, all those things. An elected position, there's simply no requirements for that. I mean, all you folks are up here and you ran for office, but was there some sort of form that you had to fill out saying that you had a degree in whatever? That's obviously not true. And again, you'd have that same problem. And so you could end up having people who are going to be very unqualified for it. And actually, it's not so much I'm concerned about the partisanship with the superintendent, but I'm very concerned about their qualifications. An elected position would not render qualifications. School board is where you want to try and be nonpartisan. My biggest thing that I always say is that the people who are in public school boards should be for public education.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to Representative Belcher's point, I think initially he was talking about what is the, oh, I'm sorry. To Representative Belcher's point, he was talking about the nonpartisan balloting system for local school boards. And so I have an interesting thought or question. Because this position would be elected potentially, how would you then extend professional liability insurance to an administrator who may or may not have the commensurate experience?
That would be extremely difficult. One of the major roles of the school board is, again, where I think there's been so much misunderstanding. The school board does policy. The school board is the direct boss of the superintendent. And we do evaluate some of those things regarding liabilities and things like that with the superintendent. We don't have direct control over administrators whatsoever. But there's actually a distinct chain of command that school boards are not meant to violate.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Alyssa Bascom?
There we go. Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I am Alyssa Bascom. I'm from Charleston, New Hampshire. I am a member of the Fall Mountain Regional School District School Board. I do happen to chair that board, but I'm here giving you my own thoughts on this bill. I'd like to thank Representative McGuire for putting his op-ed in the paper. I read it this morning, and here I am. So, that being said, I would also like to acknowledge the previous speaker. I also came so that the perspective of a school board was heard here. It's incredibly important, and in reading this bill, I did not see that perspective. So again, thank you for hearing us. So I'm just going to go ahead and read what I prepared because I did, and that's how we'll get through it. I'm here to offer a perspective on how HB 1804 could affect the Fall Mountain Regional School District and SAU 60 and register my opposition to this. First, it is important to ground this discussion in that budget composition. In districts like Fall Mountain, with a budget of about $37 million and 1,350 students in pre-K through 12, spread across 5 towns and yes, 2 counties, roughly 3/4 to 80% of our expenditures are direct instructional costs and student services, including teacher salaries, paraprofessionals, special education services required under federal law, and transportation across a geographically vast region. This is not including utilities and facility maintenance, but which those are essential to providing an education in the region that we live in. We cannot simply put students out in the woods. Because Fall Mountain serves a relatively small student population across multiple rural towns, fixed administrative costs are distributed across fewer pupils. That obviously affects the per student cost. That increases
the per pupil administrative figure, but it does not necessarily indicate excess staffing. It simply reflects scale. Within SAU 60, administrative services include business management, payroll, compliance, reporting, special education coordination, human resources, technology systems, transportation oversight, and state and federal reporting. These functions are mandated and operationally necessary regardless of governance structure. Administrative costs represent a significantly small portion of our total budget. If SAUs were consolidated to a county level structure, several fiscal questions would need careful modeling. What are the projected transition costs? How would technology systems be integrated? What contractual obligations would be affected? How would geographic distance impact service delivery time? And would additional mid-level management layers be required to serve these dispersed rural districts? Without detailed fiscal projections specific to districts like Fall Mountain, it's difficult to estimate these net savings. It's also worth noting that even substantial reductions in administrative spending would represent a relatively small percentage of overall school budgets. Therefore, the tax impact may be more modest than some projections suggest. The second major goal of this bill appears to be giving more local control to school boards. As a member and chair of the Fall Mountain Regional School Boards, I have concerns with this. School boards play a critical role in governance, budgeting, and community oversight. However, placing them in direct control of curriculum design can create structural, educational, and governance challenges. Improperly structured curriculum decisions can expose districts to legal risk. Professional administrators and curriculum directors are trained to align curriculum with regulatory requirements in ways that volunteer boards may not and are likely not equipped to manage. Curriculum design requires expertise in child development, learning science, subject area standards, assessment alignment, state and federal compliance requirements, many of which are those unfunded mandates. Most school board members are elected volunteers whose expertise lies in finance, law, business, or civic leadership, not instructional design. Curriculum decisions are best led by trained educators working within state standards established by the New Hampshire Department of Education. Governance and pedagogy are different skill sets. 2, school board membership changes frequently, every year. If curriculum authority shifts with each election, programs may be revised every few years. Long-term instructional initiatives are likely disrupted. Staff training investments may be undermined. 3, public schools must comply with federal special education law, civil rights statutes, state academic standards, and graduation requirements. Students benefit from stability and continuity, not electoral shift. Clear role separation strengthens oversight. School boards set policy, budgets, and goals. Superintendents and educational professionals implement that curriculum aligned to those goals. Oversight works best when the board evaluates those outcomes, not authors the instruction. In summary, the answer to the first question is not whether efficiency matters. It absolutely does. The question is whether large-scale administrative consolidation will produce measurable, sustainable savings for districts like Fall Mountain after accounting for implementation and operational realities. The answer to the second is that communities can still influence education through public attendance, engagement, communication, and approving those budgets. School boards made up of dedicated members of the community support these actions while supporting the experts, those experts that we hire. That preserves local voice without placing instructional design in the hands of non-specialists. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chris Coates.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the House Education and Policy Administration. My name is Chris Coates, and I'm Cheshire County Administrator. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you regarding HB 1804. I'm here today not only in my capacity as county administrator for the past 11 years, but also I bring experience and knowledge through my time as a Keene City Councilor for 10 years, Keene Board of Education board member for 10 years, 3 as chair, and a state representative for a term. HB 1804 is a sweeping bill which will upend county government, public education. It does so by shifting major new responsibilities, costs, and legal exposure onto county government. County governments. Counties are not structured, staffed, or funded to become a governing framework for K through 12 education administration. And this bill attempts to force that transition without analysis, planning, or resource required to do it responsibly. Education governance, as long as been within the local school districts and elected school boards, and with administrative support organized through SAUs. HB 1804 attempts to rehome that administrative architecture inside county government. But it does not provide counties with the administrative capacity, staffing model, or transitional funding to carry out those responsibilities. County government is evolving and expanding whether we like it or not, but the additional responsibilities we've taken on have been done in a thoughtful manner with a clear guidelines and financing structure. For instance, county sheriff is now policing in our communities. We have 4, soon to be 5 communities that will have policing through the county sheriff's department. We have an EMS program covering all of Cheshire County with 5 ambulances running 24/7 with a paramedic intercept and regional prosecutors. We do this knowing that it's evolving, but we've thoughtfully and pragmatically worked through those moments. Yet this program is paid for entirely by user fees, municipalities, so it's not a taxpayer's burden. The governance structure this bill sets up is likely to create confusion, turning chief school administrators into elected officials, invites politicalization of what should be a professional, continuity-driven leadership function based on the merits of the people who apply for and are qualified for the job, and also risks creating overlapping and conflicting lines of authority among school boards, principals, municipalities, county commissioners, and these new elected administrators. And HB 1804 contemplates terminating existing SAUs, restricting contracts that extend beyond June 30th, 2029, transferring records, funds, and the property, and limiting remedies to monetary damages. Counties could be drawn into contract disputes, employment disputes, records and assist transfer conflicts, and service interruptions. More broadly, HB 1804 is not a thoughtful or pragmatic approach to improving education governance. It is a large-scale structural and experiment imposed from the top down. Counties, municipalities, school boards, education professionals have not been meaningfully engaged in the design of the framework, despite being the parties who would have to implement it and explain it to the taxpayers. For all these reasons, Cheshire County and the New Hampshire Association of Counties respectfully urge the committee to recommend HB 1804 and its expedient to legislate. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and I will take questions. And I would also like you to know that we have 5 SAUs in Cheshire County, of which 2 are split in other counties, Sullivan and Hillsborough. And we have 3, maybe 4 single SAUs. So it's a major undertaking.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Representative Belcher?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here to take my question. My only question was the way you ended. I just wanted to make clear. You were testifying today on behalf of the County of Cheshire, correct?
Yes, and then there's a letter also with that was handed out that's from the New Hampshire Association of County also not supporting this.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you for taking my question, for being here and waiting all these on this beautiful day like that.
That's my fault.
In your role as county administrator, I'm guessing, and stop me if I guess wrong, that there's some multiple departments, IT and under you in terms of finance and all the different
20 departments in Cheshire County.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Some of the other county administrators.
Yeah.
If you picked up every SAU in Cheshire County and brought those services under your auspices, all the IT, all the finance, all the salary, all the thing, do you envision that your staff could do that, or do you need more people?
Oh, there's no doubt. There's no doubt we would have to add on, especially in the finance department, IT department, like you said, HR department. And remember, when I was on the school board, every position hired went through the SAU's HR person, then was brought by the superintendent to the board for approval. So I don't know how that system now would work either. Now you're talking not just the Keene School Board or the Keene School District, but multiple, districts.
Follow.
Follow?
Thank you. So my assumption, and I asked that because I assumed the same from the county I'm in, that there's not going to be a direct savings from staff reduction because you're going to have to, you or whoever this new position is, going to have to hire those departments because you surely can't take all the responsibilities on county government as it is now.
I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, County Administrator Coates, for taking my question. I am curious, there was a conversation earlier on page 3 around sharing tax revenues, and I understand MOUs and how those work as well. But I am specifically curious to know, given the amount of information and material and oversight with real estate for as it applies to education, how this would work to be having, you referenced 2 different counties, mine included, that you would have conversations with regarding shared revenues.
Right.
What you said Hillsborough and I believe.
Well, right now Dublin is in the Conval School District.
Yes. And so there would be 2 other counties other than your own that you would have to.
Sullivan would be there.
Sullivan,
yeah.
thank you. And so my question is, that alone would probably require additional staffing. And if I'm not wrong, I think Representative Woodcock also said, how would you deal with the student data privacy issues?
It's a great question that, again, our view is that, I mean, if I look at this, the business office in an SAU, they handle all kinds of different grants, Perkins grants, the special ed, and we're not just talking about special ed, we're talking 504s, we're talking student services like nursing, and I mean, there's a litany of issues that these SUs cover, and they all report. The special ed director reports to Career Center, it reports to the superintendent. So all of that, I don't know how that structure would look, but I never would move forward with anything. When we always plan, we always structure it. So it's so that we try to think of every situation. We are going to learn as we go, but we go in. We don't make a decision and then figure it out. We start at the beginning and try to line everything up so that it's a thoughtful progression. What you may not know that in Cheshire County, we started a grant program 8 years ago, and it evolved. At the end of the 8 years, it's about working with families who have kids at high risk of out of district placement, and because the school district does a good job working in the schools. We received a grant for 4 years. We told Department of Health and Human Service at the end of the 4th year, it's going away unless we can come up with a daily rate. We were able to find that daily rate. And so that program, the state liked so much, they said, can you do it in Sullivan? Can you do it in Grafton? A department that started with 2 is heading towards, I think it's right now 29, 30 people heading with the possibility of 40 people. And what they're doing is they're working with kids that are at risk. Those kids that we heard about that cost $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 in out-of-district placement. But the state also liked the program so much, NFI is the other counterpart in this program, that they said, can you bring kids back more thoughtfully, more pragmatically? And you're going to hear those words a lot because that's what we say a lot in Cheshire County. And they did, and it's working, and it's making an impact, and it's making an impact in your budgets. So there are ways that you can take a look at how to fund things, and it's not costing the taxpayer $1 because it's all Medicaid based, and where the revenues are coming in, or there's other grants that we get on a yearly basis, and it's working. So this to me is really troubling, in that it puts us in a position where I don't know what tomorrow brings for this. We had to, in a 8-month period, we had to turn around when our ambulance service collapsed and served 19 towns. We had to, in an 8-month time, build a facility, hire the staff, get the ambulances in, and get it up and running. I'll tell you today that we have contractual services with 19 of the communities, but we also do interfacility transfer, transferring an individual from one hospital to another hospital. And that's everybody in every community. And just because you may be one town that we don't contract with, but you get hurt in a town we do contract, we don't say, I'm sorry, we don't have a contract with your town. We bring you. And we also do wheelchair service. But this all took thinking out how we were going to do it in a way that, again, is user fees, doesn't go to the tax base. So that's what's concerning for me when I look at this idea, because I don't think it's well thought out at this point.
Any other questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. I want to make sure I don't have any confusion at all, because I see the letterhead, Cheshire County letterhead. There's no signature. I just want to be, when you say you're testifying on behalf of Cheshire County, does that mean that the delegation or commissioners have taken a position and asked you to?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. All the above. And my apologies. I don't know why it's not a signature, but.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Doris Hohensie?
Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Doris Hohensie. I'm from Nashua. I've learned a lot listening here today. I come from Nashua, where we're going to keep the chief school administrator and not hire our own superintendent. And it just dawned on me when the sponsor said that. I thought we would be under the old rules. But you've got a superintendent we hire a superintendent. We can fire a superintendent. This chief officer will be at all our board meetings. We can't fire him. He has no oversight. We usually oversee him as a board. And it was pretty outrageous as a board member for 4 years. I mean, I couldn't get right to knows. I couldn't walk in the buildings as a board member. There's problems with nominations. When whoever nominates, they get to control the environment. They can build a group of people that are beholden to them. And we've had lawsuits where there's qualified people and they're passed over because the superintendent likes this new girl. She's cute. And there were lawsuits. So you're going to take an elected person who has no training for something that, if it's $4 million annually that we spend on education, that's $400 million per county. The campaigns are going to be very costly to try to get elected. And as one of the representatives point out, the agreements to share tax revenues, at least doesn't affect Nashua, but where's the mechanism for the towns to say whether they want to share their revenues? There are so many things that a superintendent does that is not accountable in this bill. The labor contract negotiations, the budgets, you have to be in the district day to day to understand what's going on. You need the history of that district to do a good job. You can't just do it from afar, from Hillsborough County or Cheshire County. You've got to be in the schools. There are so many tasks that he's going to appoint his people to go into those districts. So you're not going to save anything. And you don't even have control over who those people are. You can't fire them. He's got a lot of power, and he changes every 2 years. So there's a lot of flux. It undermines local control. Parents won't be able to track or understand the decisions at the county level. How many parents go to the county levels meetings? I went to one once, and there weren't many non-state reps at that meeting, and that was over the budget. Teachers will see labor union negotiations where districts are compared to each other, resulting in more uniform salaries, overlooking the value that might be added by an individual district. Districts will have no incentive to add any extra value. That's socialism for you. But when we created these SAUs, they gave extra money to the districts to join, to form these districts. They said they would save us money. Well, they haven't. What they've done is they've given us lots and lots of regs and rules and grants and everything else to keep them busy. So it's understandable that we need them. One of the problems is we have to give our superintendent I don't know what you do for the new people. We've given professional dues and they go once a month to Concord. And that's where the Commissioner of Education tells them and briefs them on all the new latest educational fads that he brings back to the districts, which undermines the districts because we don't know what's coming down on us, but those superintendents do. So, there's a power structure that's already weak. And this is just going to make it much weaker. It's going to give a lot more control to the state. It's a lot easier to control 10 county chief administrators than it is for 107 superintendents. And I like the 1993 SAU committee's recommendation to eliminate SAUs. I think that we can do without. We can figure out how to make our own savings. And one of the problems is, there's electioneering and stuff, and that was never corrected by the AG when we reported it because our union president doesn't technically get paid by our district, so they can electioneer. But when you get union endorsed people, they don't look at the budget critically. They can't save you any money. There's why it's an insider's job. So I think there's a lot of components, a lot of moving parts, and this is a very scary bill, but I appreciate the other people coming before me and raising a lot of questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Christine Downing.
Thank you. Thinking, does everybody need a break? Christine Downing here, representing a few stakeholder groups, elected official for the Goshen School District. We are SAU 102. And I am the school elected school moderator and school clerk for that district. I also want to share a little bit of information as the legislative committee chair for the New Hampshire School Administrators Association, because that group has also studied that as well. And lastly, Grantham Superintendent, SAU number 75. I'm going to start with my first perspective, which is as an elected official, as the school moderator and school clerk for SAU 102. I've heard today that spending is going up, and that seems to be the driver behind this bill. So I'm going to give you a very concrete example where that is not true. So I oppose this bill. I'm here today to represent one very small rural New Hampshire community that would be significantly impacted by SAU consolidation. While there are many variables to consider in any school consolidation or separation, such as impacts to educational programming, staffing, operational logistics, finances, governance structures, transportation, student services, facilities, etc., I'm here to provide one simple financial example of the cost of consolidation on this small community. Over 10 years ago, the Goshen School District began its withdrawal from the Cooperative School District of Goshen and Leominster, SAU 71. We were, at that time, a consolidated school district of two towns that are approximately 6 miles apart. I'm here to provide you with factual information that economies of scales are not the solution in rural New Hampshire. And these are facts. I can provide you the links to our budget documents, and I'm going to say them slowly so the impact is there. On the last year of our involvement in the consolidation with Goshen Leominster as a cooperative school district, we paid $99,203 towards SAU management services. That was approximately in 2016. Today, we pay $88,581 for those same services as our own district. That's almost $11,000 less than we were part of a cooperative school district. On the last day of our involvement in consolidation as a cooperative school district, we had a tax rate of $13.33 per thousand. Today, that tax rate is $6.80 per thousand. The tax rate has been reduced by almost 50%. On the last day of our consolidation, we had a cost per pupil of approximately $22,000. Today, the cost per pupil for the Goshen School District is approximately $18,500. That's less by $3,500. I have heard today that the driver in consolidation is increasing cost. I am here to refute that claim. Bigger SAU consolidation for Goshen will result in cost increases. It did when we consolidated 2 towns. I can only imagine how those costs will skyrocket when you consolidate all the towns just in Sullivan County alone. It will result in a loss of local control, a loss of choice, and a loss of efficiency for our small rural school district. Keep in mind, Goshen School District offers complete public school choice in grades K through 12 through our tuition agreements. And those tuition agreements simply come on the hands of one superintendent talking to another and school boards agreeing to support each other. I'm going to shift gears for a minute. I would just say that bigger is not better in New Hampshire, and I think that the Goshen School District proves that example. I'm going to shift gears right now and put on my hat of the Legislative Committee Chair for the New Hampshire School Administrators. I did send to each of you at your government email addresses a report, and this is behalf of the committees. So I am going to read this to you. I'm representing the NHSA Legislative Committee today. That committee includes 35 to 40 superintendents who have studied HB 1804, which relates to the consolidation of SAUs. We oppose this legislation on many fronts. In your email is an attached document that outlines questions and considerations that need to be addressed prior to any consolidation of schools throughout the state, whether that's state forced or a local decision to consolidate. This document was created through a joint effort of our Legislative Committee and our Equity Committee. The document emphasizes what potential impacts may occur to learning, accessibility, and well-being for students, something that I have not heard any conversation about. This is something that has not been emphasized in our conversations. In general, county-level SAU consolidation should move forward only if it will, 1, improve outcomes for students, especially our most vulnerable students, preserves meaningful local voice and transparency, produces real, sustainable efficiencies, protects individualized services and inclusive practices. The bill lacks any of these considerations. For these reasons and more, we adamantly oppose this legislation. The committee remains at your service should you have any questions that might help to address as you consider this legislation. The last thing I would wrap is there's been conversations about shifting the superintendent duties in this bill. And I just want to let you know that since we came back from lunch, which was roughly 1:15, on my phone via text, I have been dealing with these following issues as a superintendent. I have been dealing with a text with my HR director, who also doubles up as our business manager, related to a personnel matter. We've also had a financial matter come up. I've had to deal with my principal, who has a family in need. I've had to deal with my legal attorney regarding a case that we are involved with. And I've had to deal with my chief of police regarding a law enforcement issue within the school. And keep in mind, we're on break this week. So I'm just going to end there. I will accept any questions that this group may have of me.
Thank you very much. And I was going to point out that all of that happened on a vacation week.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
But you're glad you're here.
Oh, I don't know. I think I got a lot waiting for me when I get back there.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Deborah House.
Okay, good afternoon. Good to be here again with the House Education Policy Committee. Good afternoon, Chairman, or do I call you Vice Chairman since you're sitting in? Not sure of the protocol, but I don't want to offend either. Okay.
No offense.
Yes. So, good afternoon anyway. My name is Deborah Howes. I am president of the American Federation of Teachers, New Hampshire. We have 3,500 members across the state in pre-K through 12 public education, town and city public employees, and university faculty and lecturers across the Granite State. And we are here to oppose HB 1804. I agree with many of the things we have heard in opposition to this bill, but there's a few things I want to get to that I make sure are absolutely clear. We've heard a lot about how consolidation needs to happen to save money. This has been tried. And, we see in the bill that if this passes, we'll come up with a plan in a couple of years and we're sure it will work. Our neighbors to the east and west have tried this, and it hasn't worked. Vermont tried this. They called it Act 46. It failed. They saw no decrease in per pupil spending or tax rates. Any administrative savings basically were offset by increased costs of transportation, increased costs for needed supports for student learning. So it was a total wash. Maine tried it. It failed even worse. The estimate when they passed their bill in 2007 was that there would be 36.5 million in savings in consolidating SAUs. Actual savings, about 1.6 million. A review of their bill by their own University of Maine study group on the bill gave it a grade of D for the savings it achieved. And they've been working on it for almost 20 years now. Maine researchers documented unstable implementation and major community resistance to consolidating. And I have put this testimony in the portal because you'll be able to see the links that document these attempts to consolidate SAUs. So HB 1804 repeats the same mistakes. And with no fiscal note, you don't know how much it's going to cost. We've already heard how much it's going to cost the county. Well, we've heard it's going to cost the counties more, but not how much. There's no transition plan. There's guaranteed new costs. There'll be new elections, migrations of systems, contract realignments, and administrative restructuring. The next concern we have about this and why we oppose it is it weakens local control and community voice. Families want more responsiveness, not less. You've already heard that we actually are increasing in SAUs. We just heard about Goshen and Leominster and how they split apart. It actually worked much better for Goshen. We have a new SAU, Pasquaney. They wanted to leave their SAU and form their own, and that was over parent concern about going to a K-8 model instead of having a K-5 model. They didn't want their middle schoolers going off to the Newfound area middle school. They wanted to keep them closer. That's something they sorted out. They wanted their local voice valued and honored. In a countywide model, would that be as easy to achieve? Maine saw over 40 towns attempt to withdraw from their consolidated SAUs once they consolidated them together. That's not efficiency, that's backlash. Vermont families reported longer bus rides, centralized programming for student services, and leadership further away from communities, and a lot of parent and community unhappiness with their consolidated SAUs. And again, there's links to articles in my testimony. We have concerns about electing the chief school administrator. Not only concerns about it will become potentially a partisan position instead of a nonpartisan position, and we want education to be, well, education is a public good. It's something that should be serving the needs of all the students, which we haven't talked enough about in discussion of this bill, but also would be something where you could get a fresh face every 2 years, and you could get someone who has no background in finance, budgeting, and all of the administrative needs that need to be looked over, even if you carry this out exactly as it's written. That leads to instability. And you could have a whiplash effect of back and forth of who, not only who's leading the office, but the direction the central office for the SAU is going every 2 years. That's not good for our students. And it threatens labor stability and school operations. Consolidating disrupts contracts, bargaining units, and employer of record status. It would upset all those things in every school district if you consolidated SAUs. That's not mentioned anywhere in this bill, and it does have to be dealt with. Maine had to actually go back and pass an additional law after its consolidation law because it created such chaos with all of those items. HB 1804 includes none of these protections, guaranteeing conflict, confusion, and years of distraction from the classroom. In closing, HB 1804 brings complexity, cost, and instability with no educational upside. Our students deserve learning, not risky government experiments. If you're looking for economies of scale, I think you need to go back to the drawing board and bring something more thought out, better planned out, and with a fiscal note attached to it, and who's paying for it. And meanwhile, let's get back to funding the public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks again for being here. Just a question. Can you, in a brief, give us a quick, if anything happened with Vermont and Maine in terms of what did they change? Did they go back to where they came from? And I don't have your article with me.
Right.
Just a brief.
They have not fully gone back, so they're partway in between. I mean, Maine consolidated, and then many school districts have broken away, so that they have decided no, they didn't want to stay in the consolidated SAU. Vermont is not. They consolidated more recently, and they are still going through the growing pains of trying to figure out how to make it work. But there is a lot of displeasure and family and community unhappiness at how far away the services are, how long the bus ride is, and how hard it is to get your voice heard when you feel something is not working right for your children or your family.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam
But they consolidated, I think, about 10 years later.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I have a specific question around collective bargaining agreements and how they would interact with one another. For example, there are collective bargaining agreements at the county level, but there are then also collective bargaining agreements at the district level. And so depending on whether or not a county and or the district is on an annual or calendar basis versus fiscal accounting basis, how would this impact all of that?
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing in this bill that mentions it, and you will be creating quite a chaotic environment if suddenly you have one entity that's responsible for doing all of that, and you have all these contracts, and you're now going to try and standardize them. That, I believe, is why Maine had to go back and pass that additional law to protect everyone's rights. But you are opening a huge can of worms and potentially a lot of unrest.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Becky Wilson?
Good afternoon. Chairwoman and members of the committee, thank you for hearing my testimony today. For the record, my name is Becky Wilson. I'm the Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. I was not going to testify in person today, sadly for all of you. Now I feel compelled that I have to get up here and spend more time. I know it's getting late and it's been a long day. However, it feels necessary, given some of the claims that were made earlier, that I feel like I really need to take this opportunity to defend our dedicated, locally elected public servants who are currently sitting on local school boards, and that those boards are what make up our membership at NHSBA. These comments that were made earlier, that school boards and superintendents are spending frivolously, that they don't care about spending, those comments fundamentally misrepresent the statutory and community-driven reality that our school districts are operating under currently. These comments are offensive to the hundreds of volunteers serving our school districts. They're factually incorrect. They're complete misrepresentation regarding the character and conduct of our locally elected school board members, and I feel compelled to get up and make sure that I put that on the record. Local school board members are your neighbors, they are parents in your communities, they are retirees, they are business owners, they are taxpayers, most of them at this point who are spending hundreds and hundreds of hours annually, often with little or no compensation, agonizing over individual line items that are being put together in a budget every year. To suggest that they're spending without care is just not, it's wholly untrue. School board budgets are subject to the direct scrutiny and approval of the voters. If people don't want that budget for whatever reason, they can vote it down. They wouldn't survive. Those budgets would not survive a town meeting or annual meeting if the voters are not supportive of them. Voters approve the budget, not the school board. The school board is presenting the budget, but the voters are the ones that are deciding whether or not that budget moves forward. In addition, I want to respond to the comment that school boards are cutting sports and extracurricular activities somehow as sort of a punishment or get back to the district. Boards are legally and constitutionally mandated to provide adequate education. That includes, as you've heard, a whole host of things under the 306 rules. When a budget has to be cut, boards cannot legally cut lots of those things, as you've heard. IEP services, certain curriculum, safety concerns. Those options are very limited. This is a lose-lose situation for our local school boards. Cutting sports or other extracurricular activities is a last resort. School boards hate to consider that, as well as district administration, because we know for many students, those things are the lifeline for those students, and that is what gets them to come to school. So nobody is looking at that as a, sort of a punishment for trying to cut the budget. It's just there are only a limited number of things that the school board can consider if you're trying to get down to a certain number. This bill, as it's currently written, is silent on special education, charter schools, as well as the interplay of, I can't even tell you how many other bills that are coming before all of you this session, including allowing cooperative districts to dissolve more easily, changing all schools to charter schools, open enrollment, changing how contract negotiations work for individual members, allowing parents to enroll a child wherever they pay property taxes, interdistrict transfers, changing the cert requirements for superintendents and BAs, changing the background checks for fingerprinting, removing curriculum, adding curriculum, more fiscal reporting, more financial reporting, centralized special ed, making school board elections partisan, ballot changes, changing voting structures for district caps, changing adequate education as a whole, transportation, Medicaid. I could go on and on and on. All of those things are going to impact school district operations and finances. That's just from this current session's bills. I don't even want to go back the last 2 or 3 years. There's probably over 100 bills that have passed that have had an impact on local school district operations. So I'll skip over the context about why costs can rise even when your enrollment is changing. We'll probably submit written testimony with that. I will just say that school boards do not operate in a vacuum, and they have to respond to many different laws and mandates, rules, policy changes. The real issue is trying to come up with sustainable funding and a partnership between the state's portion and the local community's portion, and trying to get off of the reliance on local property taxes. I'm happy to take any questions.
Make statements, but your comment that voters approve the budget was a perfect statement. So thank you for reminding everybody that their role as voters is to approve all the town budgets.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Jerry Frew.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Jerry Frew, New Hampshire School Administrators Association, and what she said. I am here today to ask that you find HB 1804 inexpedient to legislate, and here's why. The Study Commission report of November 1st, 2025 raises a number of unanswered questions and potential unintended consequences of this legislation. A more cautious, gradual, and intentional approach needs to be taken to consider the impact of such consolidation. I'll not restate the questions that were introduced in that report. You have those. Representative Ladd made many great points in his presentation about impact on building level administrators. Ms. Wilson just nailed it in terms of so many questions that remain around this consolidation. The school board officials who you heard from today, who volunteer their time to give to their communities unselfishly, and much like you folks, right? You get paid so handsomely for the work that you do, just like school board folks. They can't go to the grocery store without somebody talking about the football coach, the play, the lousy teacher, whatever, right? So you know the drill. They give up their time to be here today as well to talk about the impact on school board members. I can't imagine asking school board members to do some of the things that they would be expected to do in this piece of legislation. The county commissioner from Cheshire County did an incredible job of presenting the county pieces and questions and unintended consequences and really things that have to be backfilled should this legislation come to pass. Christine Downing did, you know, the 30 seconds of life of a superintendent today on a vacation week. So I found myself thinking, how would that county superintendent deal with this? When that county superintendent, he or her, was at a function, and then in perhaps 2 different or 3 different school districts, those types of things were to come to pass. Not unusual. The LEA costs, you know, of having a consolidated piece at the county level would just be additional work. So I'll point out that in the majority report of the study commission, in the transition process phase, they state, we recommend that a similar joint legislative committee be formed to work with the Department of Education, counties, existing SAUs, school districts, and others to work out the inevitable legislative bugs, unquote. We see this current proposal as fairly buggy. And so we believe that the best path of action would be to embrace a new study commission to really dig deep into the questions that need to be answered at all levels, county level, local level, school board impact, principals impact, so that a more informed study can take place around efficiencies and structures of school administrative units. I'll stop with that because it's been a long day. It's hot. The gentlemen haven't been able to take their coats off. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. So that is an interesting concept that you mentioned regarding the report that came out from the consolidation report. I think that's what you were referencing, the school consolidation report.
Yes.
So when you read off the list of individuals who would provide input, to me that would indicate a commission, and that's why I was confused or surprised to see a committee in statute as well. So I just wasn't sure if you were leaning one way or the other in the interpretation.
I do believe that there is a Senate bill that establishes a commission, a bipartisan bill, as a matter of fact, that establishes a commission, and I would think that would help address although we would certainly advocate that the composition of that commission might expand a bit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. This is just a question in your experience as a superintendent and then dealing with it daily. In a district that has multiple school principals, can you envision any problem if they're on a snow day, if each principal called it?
Representative Woodcock, I love that question.
Thank you.
The district that I was a superintendent in, there were 7 principals. And so I find myself scratching my head and say, would a minority and a majority report be required to determine a snow day decision? I think it would be problematic.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tracy Bricky, finally, last but not least. Sorry, Representative Bricky.
Go ahead. Okay, thank you. My name is Tracy Bricky. I represent Merrimack District 15, which is Pennacook, Ward 1 of Concord. Ward 1 of Concord is an interesting school district in that the school district is not Concord School District, but Merrimack Valley School District, which covers Boston, Salisbury, Webster, Loudoun, and Pennacook. So it's 5 towns. I am a 35-year public school employee. I worked as a math teacher. I worked as a curriculum director at the district level and assistant superintendent. And for the last 10 years, I've been on the Merrimack Valley School Board, the last 2 as the chair. And I too want to thank Becky for defending those of us on the school board. That is not why I'm here. I am here to represent Hope Damon. Hope Damon and I both sat on the consolidation committee that met 11, I think, times. I don't remember this summer. A lot of times this summer. Yes, Representative Dry also was on that committee. We were the minority. We did publish a report. I was sorry to see that it wasn't in the report that you got today, but I will certainly make sure that you get a copy of the minority report. So Hope is not able to be here today. Representative Damon is not able to be here today. She is on vacation in Barbados. She wanted you to know. So, yeah, that was it. She said, this is from Hope, testimony opposing HB 1804. I represent Sullivan District 8, a 9-town district that includes all or part of 8 SAUs, including 2 cooperative districts, 2 K-12 single-town districts, 3 single-town districts that provide some in-district education and tuition their upper grades, and 1 single-town district that tuitions all students. I was a member of the 2025 SAU Consolidation Study Committee. I share these observations with you and believe they will help you conclude that HB 1804 needs to be ITL. Let me first state that while I vigorously oppose this approach to SAU consolidation, I do think it is highly likely that New Hampshire has too many SAUs. There may well be a reasonable approach to reducing the number of SAUs, but this proposal is far from reasonable. I believe that HB 1804 represents the proposal that the majority members of the study committee intended before we even began our work. Consequently, the work was not thorough nor complete. We did not establish overall cost savings with this drastic consolidation model. Rather, we defined cost downshifting to county and local government. We did not look at other possible approaches to consolidation beyond the county plus Manchester and Nashua model. We compared with only 3 states, and in my opinion, not thoroughly. SAU consolidation is different from school district consolidation. However, 81 of the 107 SAUs in New Hampshire serve single school districts. So, in reality, creating countywide SAUs is in fact consolidating school districts. As we noted many times in committee sessions, the trend in New Hampshire has been for school districts to separate from multi-district SAUs with an expectation of more local control and greater superintendent services. Citizens and communities have not expressed desire for SAU consolidation. The impact of county-based SAU consolidation on the many school districts that cross county lines and in at least one case cross state lines is not addressed in this bill. The committee mentioned the possibility of more than one SAU in counties with populations over 100,000, but the committee did not address how that would be addressed. There are 4 counties of that size. It is not established that consolidation, particularly to the scale suggested in this bill, will actually save money. In Maine and Vermont, administrative cost savings were redirected to increase transportation costs with longer transit times for students. Aligning salaries throughout new larger SAUs to meet the contractual requirements of the highest compensated employees prevented cost savings indefinitely. There is likely to be increased administrative costs in schools as superintendent responsibilities are downshifted to principals. We simply do not have concrete data projecting cost changes, whether beneficial or not, with proposed consolidation. Many of the economies of scales that we would appreciate can be achieved through cooperative buying arrangements without rushing into a large-scale SAU restructuring. DOE is beginning the process of ERP for school districts. Information from the State Department of Ed to the committee suggested more value to consolidating small SAUs with less likelihood of economies of scales as SAU size increases. There should be a much more thorough exploration of SAU consolidation focused on the smallest SAUs, not just a generic county model. School superintendents need to be experts in public education and in the business operations of these large enterprises. They are expert resources for school boards, principals, and communities. The idea that we would elect any individual willing to run with no definition of qualifications for the position risks, more like guarantees, political games and personal agendas. We should be hiring carefully selected candidates that suit the needs of our varied districts. The short term for superintendents in the proposed legislation is a further problem. Good superintendents take time and show up throughout their SAUs to develop productive working relationships within their schools and in the broader community they serve. Members of the SAU Consolidation Study Committee disregarded the cost to school districts, if their local funding permits, of hiring additional qualified administrators to fill in the considerable gaps created by having only one countywide superintendent. Districts would be paying an amount they have no control over for the county superintendent, as well as local costs. Districts who already have burdensome local property tax rates simply cannot afford this extra position. Once again, New Hampshire builds inequity into our school funding and now government structure. This approach recognizes that the model of one county school administrator is not adequate. The outline of roles and responsibilities suggested to the study committee downshifts much required work to counties, school boards, and principals. We heard concerns from all these entities. County administrators are not education experts, nor do they have staffing and resources to add substantial additional responsibilities. School boards vary considerably in their knowledge and skills. Most do not have members who are lawyers or accountants. They rely on the expertise of qualified superintendents for legal and business expertise. Compliance with a myriad of state and federal regulations need local awareness of school operations. There is no guarantee of improved academic performance with consolidation. Assigning building principal tasks that now are the responsibility of superintendents will certainly reduce teacher coaching with resulting compromises in instructional improvement. With SAU consolidation resulting in fewer superintendents, the increased burden on school principals to provide legal and financial expertise beyond their training and experience is very concerning. Specialized training would be needed for principals to effectively assume the proposed obligation to address legal and financial administrative tasks. The bill does not address these concerns or associated costs. A more complete evaluation of reducing education administration costs would include consideration of reducing the complexity of regulations. There is substantially more data collection and reporting required of SAUs now than in the past decades. Since the study concluded Since the study committee concluded its efforts, I've continued to learn about approaches to SAU consolidation. I encourage this committee to read the full study committee reports. I would also respectfully suggest the nonprofit organization New America for perspective on consolidation maps that can be drawn to fit criteria we specify. A single superintendent per county will result in reduced support for every single district. No district benefits from this overcorrection. I regret that scheduling during the school vacation week prohibits my testimony in person. I don't really think she regrets it. Please reach out for discussion. And she gave you her email and her phone number. I encourage this committee to carefully consider the many concerns raised by this proposal and recognize that New Hampshire needs a much more thorough evaluation of what, if any, approach to state mandated school administrative consolidation would be beneficial without adversely impacting public education. Please ITL this bill. Respectfully, Representative Hope Damon. So I just wanted to just say one thing. As a member of the committee, Hope asked if I wanted somebody else to read this, and so I could make my own testimony. She said all the things that we talked about as the minority of the committee. Many of the concerns that have been brought up today are outlined in the minority report, and we were never allowed to discuss those concerns when we were in committee. So I thank you for letting me bring these concerns to you today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other pink cards?
Madam Chair, there's a question that Representative Murray asked that wasn't of Representative Ladd, that wasn't properly answered. It's short.
Go ahead. Is that okay? Mind? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So you asked the question about page 9, line 23 of the bill.
Sorry, let me get back there.
It was a good question, I think.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the word elect, right? Electing teachers, you asked about this. And that's existing law. It's not being changed by the bill. And the interesting thing is, the reason it's in existing law is because it corresponds to Part 1, Article 6 of the Constitution, which says local districts elect teachers. It really means hire in this context, but it's mirrors what the Constitution says.
May I respond?
Representative Murray, you may respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, thank you for that. And I guess I was also just more directing the question to, we are shifting that burden and responsibility then also to the school principals because you have stricken superintendent. And so.
That's right. This is part of the more local control part of the bill, is that right now superintendents say to school boards, here's who I think you should hire, and they make the decision that yes, we'll hire, or no, we won't. But this would make it more local, that they would interview and they would make their own decisions separate from superintendents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, are there any other pink cards? This is your last chance. All right. Seeing none, I close the hearing on House Bill 1804. And we will see you all on Monday, March 2nd at 10 a.m. so we can exec all of our remaining bills.